we are on YouTube, and good morning, Raji. Can you hear us? Let's see. She's muted. Let's make sure that she can comment. Bob is working his magic behind the scenes to make sure that you can be heard.
Looks like you're muted, Raji.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, we're in good shape.
We do hear you.
Excellent.
We are ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone. Our first time back in the Rancho Cordova office since February of 2020. So it's good to see everyone in person. Welcome to the 581st board meeting of the California Regional Water Quality Control Board, Central Valley Region. I am Denise Kadara, the Vice Chair of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, and will be acting chair for this meeting due to Chair Bradford's absence. I will introduce the other board members in just a minute. We're slowly transitioning out of the COVID-19 emergency. This is a hybrid meeting where some folks will be attending in person here in Rancho Cordova and the Fresno office, and some will be participating via video and teleconference. Thank you in advance for your patience as we make this transition. For people who want to listen or watch the meeting online, the board's customary webcast is available. In addition to meeting attendance here at our location at the Central Valley Water Board's Rancho Cordova and Fresno offices, we are receiving presentations and public comments online through Zoom meeting platform. If you intend to present or comment on Zoom or think you might be interested in commenting, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID and password provided by board staff. If you have not already received this information, you can email us now at agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov. That email address is agenda followed by the number 5 with no space at waterboards.ca.gov. Include speaker comment in the subject line so that we can follow up with you. For those in the Zoom meeting, you will be on mute and your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak. Our meeting host will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera if you have one. When you are done speaking and the board members have completed asking questions, you will be placed on mute and your camera again turned off. I will now introduce other board members as follows. Sean Yang of Sacramento. Leanna, Alina, I'm sorry. Alina Lee Reader of Sacramento. Raji Bra of Bakersfield, who is participating via video at the Fresno office. I'm glad to see you. And I am Denise Gadara of Allensworth. State Board Member Nicole Morgan is participating in this meeting and will give us an update to the board a little bit later. I will now introduce Executive Officer Patrick Palutpa, who will introduce his staff.
And thank you so much, Acting Chair Kadara. And it is good to be back in the office. It's certainly been one heck of a 2-year span doing these meetings virtually. And I think everybody's glad to get back into the groove of doing things a little bit more normally as we kind of reach out. And optimally, we also have the opportunities to participate via Zoom that we did not have before. So we're trying to take the lessons learned and move forward so that we can continue to have the robust engagement that we had throughout the pandemic. So without further ado, let me introduce some of the staff who are here today. To my far left is Mindy Maxwell, the executive assistant, and this is her first in-person meeting. And so she's been doing an admirable job helping you folks out and getting all your needs coordinated as we kind of move into this hybrid environment, and certainly is meeting the needs of the executive team as well. To my immediate left is Adam Lapitz, Assistant Executive Officer in the Rancho Cordova office. To my right is Jessica Yar, Senior Counsel with the Office of Chief Counsel. And sitting across from me is JJ Baum, the other assistant executive officer in the Rancho Cordova office. And to his right is Bailey Toft Dupuis, attorney with the Office of Chief Counsel. Our third attorney with the Office of Chief Counsel is, I think, how the sports league say it, is in COVID protocols, attending virtually from home right now. But he's been helping out quite a bit. Chris Moskal. And in the audience, we have a number of staff, including the assistant executive officers that manage our Reading office, Clint Snyder, and the assistant executive officer that manages our Fresno office, Clay Rogers. And with that, I do want to extend my gratitude once again to Bob Chow and Jean as they work through all the technical challenges with operating this system in a hybrid environment. We hope to have some fairly significant upgrades to this room, increasing its capabilities and probably getting those monitors a little sharper in front of you. But that will happen probably after the August board meeting. So we're consistently trying to get a little better technologically. Thankfully, we've got a lot of support at the State Water Board to try and essentially maintain the gains that we made during the pandemic and continue them moving forward. Just a one note, Nicole Morgan may be a little late this morning, so we can certainly have her update at any point in time whenever she is able to make it out to us. With that, I will turn it back to you, Acting Chair Kadara.
Thank you very much. And we'll now have the pledge, and we'll have Elena do the pledge first. Flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And while I'm sitting in this chair, I'm reminded of the fact that it was February 2020 that we, not, well, February 2020, but our chair that was here for the longest of times, Dr. Carl Longley, is no longer in this position. And so it's definitely a new time for all of us to be sitting here carrying on when he did such a tremendous job for so many, many years as a public servant to this board. I would now like to ask if there are any board member communications. You go first.
As Lena Reader, I had a meet and greet with the Northern California Water Association on April 26th,
Just
2022.
gonna make sure that the microphone's on.
Okay.
Should we just pushing that button?
It's red.
All right, if it's red, you're in good shape.
Okay. And we discussed the Coalition and Irrigation District. This month, I'll be visiting the California Race Commission, the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District, and I'll report out on that in June.
Sounds good.
Gene just told me from the back, you got to get kind of close to your microphones so they pick you up and they can hear you across the computer systems.
Testing. What, that's the room supposed to hear us
Sean's
too?
in good shape.
Okay. Well, I did not hear them on the speaker, so I just want to make sure. Good morning, everyone. As Denise was alluded to, our former chair, Dr. Longley's departure, I just want to also send my goodwill to him and his family, and thank you to his service. I also like to share that May 31st, myself, along with Patrick, our executive officer, and some staff, had a chance to visit our Northern California rice field with some generation farmers. They were really nice to show their farmland to all of us and kind of go in detail of the things that involve as far as the process and the type of equipment that they use to farm rice, and the amount of rice that goes out to California and outside of California. And it's very, for me personally, very thankful for their work. Otherwise, we wouldn't have all the rights that we get on a daily basis. And in addition to that, yesterday, myself and a couple board members, along with other agencies, and of course with Patrick, our executive officers, and his staff, we were on a tour at Empire Mining and also visit wildfire site, and there was a great deal of um, um, process of each agency that was shared with all of us that goes into detail that I would say on a for typical citizens you wouldn't know the process going so in detail as far as restoring wildfire and the water that's involved. So just very thankful for Patrick and his staff and the agency for allowing our board to be a part of the tour and educate us so that we could make better decision to provide um, clean water for our community. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. Raji, do you have any board communication reports to give out today?
Morning, everyone. No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, May 20th, I participated in the Water Quality Coordinating Committee Chairs meeting. This was the first time that the vice chairs were invited to participate in that session, and it was a very good, comprehensive session. Some of the topics I think that were of interest to me were the water needs assessments for water and sewer. Thought it was very important as we are dealing with funding and trying to reach out and get assistance to the communities that are particularly in need of drinkable water and sewer systems in our Central Valley region. So a very informative session. And then lastly, the tour yesterday to the Empire Mines and the Grass Valley fire tour that we had. It was a very informative and an eye-opening experience just to see back hundreds of years ago what happened with those mines and how gold was extracted and the different types of materials that were used, cyanide, and so many other things that are now mercury that we're now having to deal with, and its tremendous impact in many of our areas to our water bodies. So that was a very interesting tour, as well as the Grass Valley tour. We've been on them before, but just to see firsthand some of the impacts. But I think the highlight of that session yesterday for me was to hear the staff members from PG&E, and of course our staff, particularly our Reading staff, and all the work that they've been doing in dealing with those fires. What was most impressive is I remember a few years ago when the fires were bad. They're always bad, but uh, I think it was Angela that had mentioned that there was coordination processes that were underway with the management groups. So everyone was working together in support of trying to address the tremendous impact from those fires. And then to hear yesterday, PG&E says that they have that command center, that the management team is in place, and that they've been able to respond and clean up the fires last year, 90% versus the ones that happened 2 or 3 years ago, that they're still going through a cleanup. So you can see when coordination and collaboration happens, people are talking and working in a fashion that's going to be most cost effective and beneficial to address the needs at hand. So it was a very good session, and glad to be a part of it, and thank our staff, our executive officer, our attorneys, everyone that was out there. And we even had a couple of representatives from the outside, as well as our state board. Our state board member, Nicole Morgan, was there. It was a very good session, warm, but very beneficial. So thank you all. Okay, if there's no other board member communication, then we'll move on to our state board liaison update, and we'll have Miss Nicole Morgan come forward. Good morning, great to see you.
Good morning, Vice Chair Kadara and members of the board. It is a pleasure to be here this morning in person to provide a liaison report. And thank you so much for inviting me to join you yesterday on the tour. It is always very nice just to get out and to see the good work that the region is doing and to spend some time with staff. So on May 24th, the state board adopted emergency water conservation regulation. The new regulation bans irrigating turf at commercial, industrial, and institutional properties, such as grass in front of or next to large industrial or commercial buildings. The ban does not include watering turf that is used for recreation or other community purposes, or used at residential re- um, places or for maintaining trees. The emergency regulation is expected to take effect in mid-June, depending upon the Office of Administrative Law process. So as I've been reporting, this past January, February, and March were the driest first 3 months of the calendar year on record, which is over 100 years in California. Statewide residential use for April 2022 was 83 gallons per person per day, which is among the highest statewide averages observed since data collection began. In April, there was a 17.6% decrease in savings relative to April 2020. Cumulative use is still dropping. The July 2021 through April 2022 cumulative savings was 2% relative to 2020. In April, only 2 of 10 regions decreased overall use. The North Coast had a 14% savings, and North Lahontan had 9.9% savings. The Tulare Lake, Central Coast, South Lahontan, Colorado River, and South Coast regions all saw significant increases. So we're working with water districts on how to get their data, their water use in earlier so that we're not reporting so far in, after the data is collected. We're here in June. I'm just now reporting on April. We want to be able to come to you and report that data sooner, get that data out to, everyone in California sooner so that we can be more proactive on our water savings and do more conservation throughout California, especially as we enter into the summer months. And so the state board is providing weekly updates on curtailment statuses, and in mid-June, from mid to end of June, staff will release updated water availability methodology and revised emergency regulation text for public comment. The state board will be reconsidering the adoption of emergency. Let's redo that. We'll be considering the readoption of the emergency regulations at the July 20th state board meeting. And so as of June 30th, the Scott watershed, all curtailments are conditionally suspended through today. So we'll be receiving updates later today of how, if that is still in effect. And then on the Shasta, curtailments are reinstated effective March 15th. And so as the vice chair reported, staff released the second annual drinking water needs assessment in May. It assessed the full 2022 needs assessment report. And you can learn more about that on the state board's website. There's also a new dashboard on our website. I encourage everyone to take a look. It gives a lot of information about the needs assessment. The governor released the May budget revise on May 13th, which included resources to address immediate drought needs, build climate resilient water supplies. It highlights include providing grants to urban water districts and smaller community water suppliers for drought relief projects, supporting local technical assistance, emergency drinking water response, advancing drinking water and clean water projects that leverage significant federal infrastructure funds, and enhancing water rights enforcement and modernization tools. The proposal is currently being evaluated by the legislature. So that concludes my liaison report for this board meeting, and I am available if there are any questions.
Questions from any board members?
Just want to say thank you, and if you could email the report to us, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
And do remember, Sean, that we put that report in the minutes for you to review as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I would like to take an opportunity to extend my gratitude for the state board taking some leadership with the wastewater needs assessment that Denise Kadara mentioned. I know there was a parallel effort, or I suppose a preceding effort to do the drinking water needs assessment that really was eye-opening in terms of all the needs throughout California for the drinking water side, and really I think, in my personal view, helped accelerate some of the funding for those drinking water sources. I envision that the wastewater needs assessment, we turn over those stones and we'll find similar, inequities in wastewater throughout the state. And on Tuesday, I think it was the state board voted to extend $4 million to do that study. And I just want to extend my gratitude for taking leadership there. I think it's going to lead, hopefully, to a lot of improvements in wastewater management throughout the Central Valley.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Pleasure seeing you yesterday and having you with us today.
Thank you. And we definitely look forward to working with the region on the wastewater needs assessment and other efforts throughout the state.
Okay, now at this time, are there any public comments? We're in our public forum session. Do we have any public comments, Mindy, at this time?
Yes, we have 3 commenters. The first one, I will call them out each one by one.
Okay.
The first one is Bruce Haddishelt with the Northern California Water Association.
Okay. We know Bruce.
There we go. All right. Good morning. And Mindy, excellent. You've been tutored on how to pronounce the last name. Perfect. Good morning, Acting Chair Kadara, board members virtually and in the room. Great to be here, as everyone said, in person. When I was last in person with you, we were in Fresno. And as some of you mentioned, we were recognizing long-standing board member Carl Longley for his service, and we continue to do that. Today, I come forth to recognize one of your staff folks for her service. Patrick mentioned in his comments the term robust engagement. You are an organization that's defined by its employees, and your 260 employees, from the front desk to that table, I know as the vice mayor for the city of Roseville, we don't have a lot of things that are contested that come before us because we have a great pride in our staff actively engaging and robustly engaging with the community on their concerns. And you can be proud that your organization is distinguished by that same level of community engagement. I want to recognize Susan Fergain, who, along with Sue McConnell, your executive officer, your assistant executive officer, and you, acting chair, I think have seen most of the Sacramento Valley. Sacramento Valley, as I've described before, goes from Elk Grove, spend about 3 hours on I-5, you get to Redding, where'd Clint go? Where the regional board has an office, and then you make a hard right into northeastern California, and you spend another hour and a half, 2 hours till you get to Alturas, where one of your newer employees, Victor Batista, has just joined the Redding staff office from a beautiful place called Madeline in Modoc County. Susan has spent, well, I've been around for 13 years managing the Sacramento Valley Water Quality Coalition. Her role of being out on the ground in tours, much like you did yesterday, and with the Rice Commission and have done in the past, has been critical for that robust engagement. And I want to recognize that because she listens to all, as your entire staff does, listens to all the stakeholders. There's a irrigated land stakeholder meeting, which includes state boards, CDFA, the environmental justice community, and the regulated community. And she's an active participant. In 2009, Susan was very critical in critically, her role was critical. There we go. She wasn't critical, but her role was critical in helping the Sacramento Valley shape its waste discharge requirements. And we go on the east, on the west side. We're in Lake County and Pope Valley, and in the eastern side, in those summer grazing lands and pastures of Sierra and Plumas County. And she went out. She talked to everyone and really understood how our landscape in the Sacramento Valley it operates and the sustainability that our growers have. Why do I come forward to share this with you? Well, in July, she's going to achieve that work-life balance we all strive for. At the irrigated land stakeholder meeting in May, she announced that she'll be retiring from the regional board at the end of June. And we sure do appreciate her work. I mean, which includes, we were just last Thursday meeting with Sue and her and Dana Kalesha and Victor Batista and Ken Tate from UC on the irrigated pasture in the Upper Feather River and the Pitt River, something you did last August with Goose Lake. So we're working toward that, and she'll spend some time with wrapping that up. She'll spend some time with us at the coalition later this month, giving her perspective on the irrigated lands program. So I wanted to, before she goes off and achieves that work-life balance we all envy, I wanted to recognize her for the contributions over the last 16 years in the irrigated lands program. Thank you.
Next, we have Debbie Webster with the Central Valley Clean Water Association.
Good morning, and Chair Kadara, good to see you in person. And I wanted, my name is Debbie Webster. I am with the Central Valley Clean Water Association, and we are an association of publicly owned wastewater treatment plants, recyclers. We take municipal wastewater and we treat it and we put it back to beneficial use. And so I wanted to introduce myself because it's been a long time and it's really good to see you in person, and just say hi for that reason. Also to let you know, you might see me with different holder hats here too, because your board is great about engaging stakeholders to come together and work towards collaborative solutions. And so in that role, I have leadership roles in CV Salts and the Delta RMP and other areas. So I wanted just to say hi for that reason. I also wanted to also recognize Dr. Carl Longley. I was out of the country last month, otherwise I would have been down with you in Fresno, and just really appreciate his service. And lastly, I didn't know I was going to follow 2 retirements, Bruce, but I also wanted to recognize your staff, Jim Marshall. He will also be retiring. Jim Marshall heads up the NPDES permit, that's the surface water discharge group. I have been with Civicla for 15 years. I've worked with Jim for 15 years. He's been a pleasure to work with. He is a person of integrity. He is a person that listens. He works on really hard subjects to come up with solutions that protect water quality, that are reasonable, that are implementable, and just an overall really good guy. And so I wanted to, again, recognize and honor him and congratulate him on his retirement. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Debbie.
Lastly, we have Pam Giacomini, who's a rancher in Hat Creek, and she is on Zoom.
Okay, Jean, will you guys bring her up?
Okay, Pam, you can unmute.
Oh, yay. Okay, good. Can you hear me now?
We do hear you.
Perfect. Hi, Patrick. So welcome, everybody. So thanks so much for just getting together. And I just like to say on behalf of the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program and the work that we've been doing in the upper watersheds, I want to thank board staff we had a really wonderful meeting on, I'm not going to start a video. Okay. On June 2nd in Chico, where Susan, and congratulations, Susan, on your retirement, Dana, and then Victor. They all attended, and we had a really good discussion regarding Upper Feather River data, as well as Upper Pit data that we're collecting and putting together to present to the board regarding irrigated lands regulatory program and how we move forward from there. So I just want to thank your staff. I want to thank you as a board. And then I would like to invite you to come on a tour. We talked about a possible tour for the Upper Feather, but another option is in October, you typically meet in Reading, and that makes a nice little jump to come to the Upper Pit, and we can kick dirt and actually look at things on the ground and have a discussion about, you know, what are some of the issues that we're seeing on the ground and some of the issues that we're not seeing. So I think our data is showing very good results. And, you know, we're working with Dr. Ken Tate and Dr. Tina Saitone, and we have a nice group of folks put together. So anyway, I would just want to thank you all and look forward to furthering this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. And thanks to our, any more public comments?
No, that concludes it.
All right, thank you for our public comments coming from Bruce, Debbie, and Pam, and particularly Bruce and Debbie acknowledging the outstanding work of our staff, and they're retiring for Susan and Jim for the outstanding work that you've done. We won't be in session when you retire, but we're in session today, and we really want to acknowledge the outstanding work that you've done. I remember when I first got on board, Susan was the one that did the wetlands tour, and that was my first exposure to that whole environment. But an outstanding job she's done over the years, and I have to always say it to all of our staff. They do a fine job. So thank you very much, and we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, item 6, the executive officer's report. Prior to each meeting, the executive officer works with the executive assistant and the board program managers to compile a report on the status of the board's programs, its staffing, and the many different initiatives the board is working on. And at this time, the executive officer is available to take any question on the report. Do we have any? Oh, we have something before the report. Following up with the successful acknowledgments of our great staff we have on board here. Sorry, Patrick.
No,
Take it
not
away.
not at all. No apologies. This is actually completely consistent with what the public comments said. I'd like to take a minute to recognize Jim Marshall, who has really truly been one of the foundational persons here at the Central Valley Water Board, navigating one of the most complex programs in the entire state of California. Jim, if you want to come up. And navigating it with a great deal of humility and just an incredible amount of intellectual firepower and steadfastness that really has set an extraordinary example for his staff. So with that, I will read a resolution of appreciation that starts off, whereas Jim Marshall came to work at the State Water Board's Division of Financial Assistance on February 8th, 1993, as an associate engineer following his graduation as a civil engineer from Cal State Sacramento. Jim will retire from the Central Valley Water Board on November 1st, 2022, with over 29 years of state service. Whereas Jim began his water board service working in the Division of Financial Assistance, Jim transferred to the Central Valley Water Board in May of 2001 to the NPDES permitting section. In April 2003, Jim was promoted to Senior Water Resources Control Engineer. As a senior engineer, Jim has overseen numerous NPDES permitting actions for point sources in the Delta and throughout the Central Valley, including wastewater treatment facilities, industrial facilities, fish hatcheries, mines, etc. Whereas Jim was promoted to supervising water resource control engineer in May of 2018, and one of the first promotional opportunities that I was able to kind of sit in on that as executive officer. It really worked out quite well, and is responsible for the NPDES point source permitting, 401 water quality certifications, and municipal stormwater units in the Sacramento office. He also serves as the NPDES program manager responsible for NPDES program implementation for Redding, Rancho Cordova, and Fresno, coordinating those actions across all three board offices. Whereas Jim's leadership and strong understanding of technical issues has made him instrumental in developing a consistent and thoughtful approach in implementing the NPDES program. For these reasons, Jim has been a driving force for significant treatment upgrades to most Central Valley municipal wastewater facilities that discharge to surface waters, including nearly all facilities that discharge wastewater to the Delta and impacting the state water project. I think we're at about 99% of the wastewater discharging to the Delta now is receiving tertiary treatment. At the start of Jim's tenure, and it was completely up to him, but at the start of Jim's tenure, that number was probably around 25%, maybe not even higher than that. So an extraordinarily long effort to increase water quality and water quality protections in the Delta and other areas. These upgrades have resulted in much higher water quality for California's residents and wildlife. Jim also has the honor of being lead staff on the latest or earliest ending hearing of the Central Valley Water Board, the NPDES permit renewal for the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant. This hearing went past midnight with the result of Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant requiring substantial upgrades to enhance water quality. These upgrades ultimately would allow for expansive wastewater recycling on agricultural lands, and honestly, behind the scenes, the negotiation with SAC Regional, the consent decrees that followed, Jim was instrumental in all of those. Whereas Jim spent 29 years with the water boards, where his high quality work, outstanding leadership, and mentoring of staff have worked to make the NPDES program highly successful and a fun place to work. Jim is known for his knowledge, kind leadership, and generally as a great supervisor. He will be sorely missed by all the staff at the Central Valley Water Board, especially me, and especially Adam, and especially the staff that work for him and with him. It's truly been a pleasure and an honor. Congratulations, Jim. Yeah, we can take an actual picture.
Okay, that is the last one.
That's the last one, and I'd like to have a small recognition for Susan as well, who has just been an incredible resource in the irrigated lands regulatory program, along with some other staff that retired during the course of the pandemic. We'll present those in August to the board and carve out some time for that. Just a couple notes about the executive officer's report and some of the initiatives that we're working on right now. What's frankly dominating some of the conversations are two particularly important issues here at the board. The first is the return to the office. As you know, we've been working nearly entirely remotely for approximately the past 2.5 years. Um, the State Water Board, in collaboration with Department of General Services, Cal HR, and a number of other control agencies throughout the state, have essentially said that July 1 is the return date. You know, all Cal EPA agencies will be returning to the office in some form or another starting July 1. The State Water Board has set the ground rules that all staff are going to be expected to be in office 2 days per week starting July 1. So we will be resuming those operations. And certainly that comes with a lot of coordination, a lot of trepidation and nervousness for some staff. And on the flip side, a lot of eagerness to get back to the collaboration that they were used to prior to the pandemic. As a leadership team here at the Central Valley Water Board, to be frank, we've been provided very little guidance in terms of how this would be implemented, which is both a blessing and a curse. We've been, you know, a lot of the planning has fallen to the managers. Every step from unit chiefs to section chiefs to assistant executive officers to the administrative team to myself have been working on strategies to make sure that staff's time in the office is productive and is really not just not just intended to get staff back into the office as a metric, that it actually is useful and collaborative when they do return. In that vein, we've been sending out a number of surveys to kind of gauge staff receptiveness, to gauge their desires about what they want to see in the return to the office strategy. And so that's in its final stages. And so you will see a transformation of this office come July 1. The mantra that I've instructed all the managers at this board to kind of adapt through the pandemic will continue afterwards, and that's maximum flexibility. You know, we really want to address the needs of staff that have particular concerns, and you know, a lot of issues have come up about work-life balance, about childcare, a whole host of issues, not the least of which is concerns about pandemic protocols and bringing that back to sensitive and vulnerable loved ones at the households that our staff work at. So that's a very major effort underway, but the marker is still July 1 for staff to return to the office 2 days per week. And the second thing is just as important, and that's the regional board's work on racial equity. The State Water Board adopted a racial equity resolution some months ago. We immediately began working on racial equity concerns, both at the kind of executive level. I've been a member of a number of work groups throughout the state that have been coordinating, you know, what the state's next step is going to be throughout all the water boards. And in that vein, we have also set up a regional work group that will be working on a regional racial equity resolution that includes some staff. Marisol is one who will be presenting a little later on, or has worked on some of the permits that will be presented later on today, as well as staff from the Fresno office and additional staff from the Rancho Cordova office. The goal at this point is for that team to work with all of the 19 program managers throughout the region to get some measurable goals to advancing racial equity, to put that in a package that will be publicly distributed and publicly talked about with tribal communities, disadvantaged communities, and racial equity, people with racial equity interests throughout the region, and then presented to you sometime late in the fall and for ultimate adoption in December, consistent with the program priorities, so that we can kind of incorporate that into our workflow and our annual work planning. So those are the two big things that I wanted to talk to you about today, in addition to the material that's in the executive officer's report. You know, racial equity and return to the office have been kind of two huge initiatives that we've been working on as a management team here at the board.
Okay, quick question for you, Patrick.
Yeah.
Will there be an opportunity for any of the board that might want to sit in on any of those sessions or? uh,
Yes, you are on the team. It's the
Okay.
executive team, so it would be you and Chair Bradford
Okay.
would be sitting in on that. It's concurrent with the strategic plan work group. So the executive, the two of the things that you and Mark will be participating in is the development of the regional equity resolution and essentially tracking compliance with the strategic plan that we adopted last year. So those are two of the things that are your obligations as
Okay.
vice chair.
All right. Are there any comments regarding the executive officer report?
Well, I'm just curious to know. So I understand that Denise and Mark are in the executive decision-making committee on the racial, um, uh, yeah, racial equity. Now, as the whole board, are we going to have a chance to um, make any sort of suggestions prior to adoptions?
As I mentioned, it will come to the board for adoption in December along with the regional priorities.
Okay. So just for point of clarification, at that point, we gonna make, before we make adoptions, we could make suggestion?
Yes,
Okay. And that's gonna be the same meeting, right?
yes.
Okay. Will that be, the time constraint will be too close? Or is that just how traditionally we do things?
It has to be done in public, yes.
No, 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 I'm not saying that it won't be done in public, but I'm just wondering if
Would you
we-
like to do 2 meetings is what you're proposing?
well, I would like to
Can
have
you step
opportunity
in a
to.
I think where he's going with this is, can we have a review and discuss
Right.
and then have a vote?
Yes, and that would be at 2 meetings.
Like a
So
workshop?
yeah, to have a
session?
workshop, yes.
Okay, and that's what is set to be done?
We can do that as an
Okay.
option. That would push it past December and we'd have a consideration by the
Okay.
board in December. And then it would be up, probably the earliest we'd be able to get it for adoption would then be February, which would miss the cyclical annual report, but that's okay.
Okay.
We can work with that.
Okay, great. I feel better with that process. I feel like it give us a chance to make any suggestions for adjustment if needs to be, so.
Certainly.
Thank you.
And I think any additional comments on that?
Well, I think, as we've done with several of our projects, it comes before the board and it's not necessarily a session, work session. It could be presented as it always is, but our board members will have an opportunity to make comments and staff will be listening at that point if there needs to be any changes. Just like we did with the strategic plan,
Certainly.
that could happen. So that way we would keep us on schedule for whatever is presented. And should we have to delay it based on any concerns from board members, that's available as well.
Absolutely. So again, I think the idea, realistically, the reason to kind of march it through on a little bit of an expedited way and not do it as we're doing with the strategic plan, was to have it align with the annual work plan targets and with the state board's racial equity work plan. But it's okay if we opt for 2 meetings, a workshop and a subsequent one. It'll just miss that annual work plan, approval, but that means we'll begin, whenever we can, according to the portfolio management kind of schedule.
Thank you very much. Raji, did you have any comments, questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right, our agenda item number 7, consideration of minutes from the prior 2 board meetings for 17th and 18th of February. Are there any edits or corrections to the minutes? And if there are not, can I get a motion to approve of the minutes for 17th, 18th of February?
I'll move the minutes for February and April.
Second, is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Very quickly, generally speaking, we don't have a board member that wasn't present at a meeting move for
Oh, that's
adoption.
right.
So if you If you weren't here in February, you wouldn't necessarily make a motion. So we probably want to have two votes for the staff that were present at the different board
Okay.
meetings.
I
Ron?
move. So should I move the motion?
Yeah,
And I'll
I'll
second it.
move.
thank you.
That's the motion for February or
Yes,
for
first.
April?
Yes,
For February, for April.
February
February 1st, right?
17th and 18th.
Right.
Okay, it's been moved in second
Right, right.
to approve of the minutes for 17th and 18th of February. Mindy, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
I have to stop you right there. Is that going to be a problem with, she was not here then, so we only have 3 board members.
If an abstention from this vote will
Is-
still count for the
okay,
purposes
perfect.
of a quorum.
All right, carry on.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
and Vice Chair Kadara.
Yes,
So ordinarily it would be an abstention if you were not present at the board meeting. So would it be an abstention?
all right, we're going to get this right. Thank you very much, Mindy. Okay, so that, we have approved of the minutes for February, so,
Did you vote?
yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so our next item will be minutes for 21st and 22nd of April. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes? And if there are not, can I get a motion to approve of the minutes?
I move the minutes in April 22nd,
21st and 22nd.
21st and 22nd meeting.
I second.
Okay. It's been moved and second to approve of the minutes for 21st and 22nd of April. Mindy, will you call the roll, please?
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Member Yang,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
and Vice Chair Kadara.
Yes. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to item number 8, our uncontested calendar.
If we could, unfortunately, it looks like our YouTube stream has just died. So let's take a 5-minute recess while they reboot the YouTube Zoom stream and get that back up and running. All right, we are back streaming.
All right, everyone, we're back in session. You can please take your seats.
All right, everybody, we are back in session.
Don't make me have the gavel. We're back in session. Thank you, everyone. So we have YouTube up and running.
YouTube is up and running.
All right. All right. Patrick, you had some comments to make.
Yeah, just a quick note. Board member Yang contacted me and wanted to make sure that we weren't delaying the racial equity considerations too far in advance. So what one of the limiting factors here is that federally funded work plans are due to their executive sponsors in January. So if we postponed and did two meetings, did a separate kind of comment meeting, and then did an adoption for the regional racial equity resolution in February, it missed that time frame. And so we would be delaying some of the racial equity work a full calendar year if we missed that December time frame. And understanding that we didn't intend to delay that, we will instead go with the initial plan, which was to address the public comments, and it would go certainly to all the board members. Board members could have conversations with the racial equity team. It wouldn't be a separate kind of board meeting as was suggested, and we'd be essentially adopting the regional racial equity resolution in December, and then the federal work plan folks would have their opportunity to incorporate whatever the board adopted into their work plans for the next fiscal year. So we were back to the original proposal as we kind of discussed.
Thank you for that clarification, Patrick. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. And the discussion is that if any board member has any interest in reviewing with Patrick in regard to racial equity, you can, right, Patrick?
As
Thank
with
you.
any item that comes before the board.
That's my
certainly.
understanding. Thank you, appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much. And we'll now dealing with agenda item number 8, the uncontested calendar. This is the time and place for a public hearing to consider uncontested items 14 through 18. Mindy, do we have anyone submitted to request comments on any of the uncontested items?
No.
Okay. Are there any late revisions?
We do have some late revisions, but first I'd like to add an item to the uncontested calendar. I'd like to add item 11 for Sierra Pacific Industries, Shasta Lake Division, Shasta County. This is an NPDS permit renewal, and it's now uncontested.
Okay, so the uncontested items for consideration is item 11, 14, and 14 through 18.
Correct. One set of late revisions, and this is for item 11. These revisions basically add some latitude and longitude for discharge points and some description of discharge points, and also a couple of reopener provisions. And these were added with discussions of the discharger to allow us to reopen the permit if they bring more information to bear, make changes that might need to be made to the permit for additional waste streams.
All right, so we will be considering the item 11 with late revisions and items 14 through 18. Do we, well, I think at this time, it says that we will need to consider item 14A.
So 14A is a cease and desist order. There
Okay.
are slightly different voting requirements for cease and desist orders. So that would be considered separately. So it'd be 14A.
Okay.
And then we would be doing 15, 16, and 11 with a separate
Okay, so
vote.
right now we're still on 11, 14 through 18. All right, do I have a motion on,
On 14A is probably the one you'd want first.
okay, I got confused. Sorry.
So you just want us to make a motion on
For I-
14A by itself?
Okay.
14A by itself,
Okay.
correct.
Okay, so we're considering this item separately because of the, okay, different voting requirements. So can I have a motion for item 14A on the uncontested calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second that we approve of uncontested calendar item number 14A. Will you call the rolls, please, for us, Mindy?
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Kadara.
Yes. Okay, motion approved, and now we'll go to the uncontested items 11, 14 through 18.
I think it'd be 11 and 15 through 18, if I'm correct.
Okay. So we have uncontested calendar items 11 and then 15 through 18. Do we have any late revisions? You said we do not?
We had,
We do.
yep, one late revisions on item 11, which I discussed already.
Okay, you did discuss that. Okay, so then can I have a motion for the uncontested calendar item 11, it's late revisions, and then items 15 through 18?
I'll move item 11 with revisions and 15 through 18.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second to approve of item 11 with late revisions and items 15 through 18. Will you call the roll for us, Mindy, please?
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kadara.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
All right, and my apologies for the confusion there. So just for new board members, cease and desist orders, for the folks here today, it would require 4 out of 4 to vote yes for the cease and desist order, whereas all the other items, it would be a 3 out of 4 would pass that item. Cease and desist orders, they carry a different gravity. They're fairly significant and have additional provisions in them. So it's kind of a super majority vote, and that's why we consider cease and desist orders, even when they're on the uncontested calendar, separately. So we have a different record if there are any discrepancies with the votes.
So point of clarification, so if we have like a full board 7, so minimum will be still 4, right?
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly. So 4 is essentially always required for a cease
4 or
and
more.
desist
Okay,
order.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we're done with the uncontested.
We are in
calendar.
great shape.
Okay, thank
Just
you
passed
very
a
much.
lot of permits and I'll note that again, for especially for the new board members, June is a busy month. Again, kind of as I alluded to with the comments about the racial equity, our fiscal year begins July 1. And so for many of our permitting programs, there are performance objectives tied to how many permits they adopt in a given year. And because a lot of permits require a lot of negotiation, many of the permits kind of get a little lopsided in June. What you see there on the uncontested calendar represents a huge amount of work from our permitting staff, getting to the point where the issues are essentially uncontested. 10 NPDS permits, or might be 9, up for consideration this board meeting. That's almost as much as other regional boards have in their entirety throughout the entire kind of cycle. We've got a huge amount of work that's just represented just on that uncontested calendar.
Thank you very much, Patrick. We're now moving on to agenda item number 9, City of Chico, Chico Water Pollution Control Plant, Butte County, consideration of NPDS permit renewal, NPDS permit number CA 0079081. This is the time and place for a hearing to consider renewal of the NPDS permit for City of Chico, Chico Water Pollution Control Plant, Butte County. Is there anyone present who is contesting the proposed actions and wishes to present evidence or testimony on this matter?
Yes, I believe that is Eric Gustafson and Beverly Hahn.
They're the city of Chico representatives. I think it's Miss Joanne Kipps on the line contesting permit.
Yes, I have her listed as well.
Okay.
I know we haven't taken the oath yet, so I know I need to do that.
Okay, so this hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearings and the meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed actions should be taken. The designated parties are City of Chico, Chico Water Pollution Control Plant. Designated parties will have 10 minutes for presentations and a closing statement. All other persons are interested persons. Following the City of Chico's presentation, Ms. Joanne Kipps will be given 10 minutes for comments. All other interested persons shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. A timer will be used. All persons expecting to testify, raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Okay. You will please state your name, address, affiliation, whether you have taken the oath before testifying. If any designated party is having technical difficulties, please notify us immediately by either raising your hand virtually on Zoom under the Participants tab, or if you are using a phone by pressing *9. You may also send an email to agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov. If there are technical difficulties, we will stop the hearing and address those issues and will not resume until all designated parties can participate. Does council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
No, there are no legal issues at this
Okay.
time.
We will begin now with the staff presentation.
So real quick before we get started, one reminder, IT is back here telling me we got to get closer to our mics. Folks can't hear us, so, okay.
I'll raise this one up.
Proceed. We will now proceed with the testimony by City of Chico, Chico Water Pollution Control Plant. And if you need to unmute any representatives, Jean. We will now hear from comments from Ms. Kipp.
First,
Staff presentation.
Staff
first,
presentation.
Stacy,
I went too far.
you're good to go, Stacy.
Well, good morning, Acting Chair Kadara and members of the board. My name is Stacy Gotham. I'm a senior engineer in your Reading office. I have taken the oath. This next item for your consideration is a proposed MPDS permit renewal for the City of Chico's wastewater treatment plant. You'll hear from me first, then from the city, and then from an interested person.
Okay.
Next slide. The City of Chico's wastewater treatment plant is located 5 miles southwest of Chico in Butte County. Chico has a current population of approximately 100,000 people, a 28% increase to its population in 2018. The significant increase in population is mainly attributed to the influx of new residents as a result of the November 2018 Camp Fire, which severely impacted the nearby community of Paradise. The median household income is approximately $57,000 per year. The current Chico sewer rates are $23 a month. These rates are relatively low compared to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's wastewater affordability calculation, which states that 1% to 2% of the annual median income may be charged for wastewater. Based on the city's median income, this affordability ranges between $57 and $95 a month. The city conducted a sewer rate study and has begun the process of increasing rates to pay for long-term wastewater treatment plant maintenance and improvements. Next slide. The
Chico treatment plant provides secondary treatment with chlorine disinfection of primarily municipal wastewater. Treated wastewater effluent is discharged to the Sacramento River located west of the treatment plant. The discharge to surface water is subject to MPDS conditions, and effluent limits are included in the permit to protect the beneficial uses associated with the surface water. MPDS is an acronym for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. On-site ponds south of the treatment works also receive treated wastewater. The discharge of treated wastewater effluent to the pond or land is subject to requirements that protect the beneficial uses of groundwater. This permit before you regulates both the surface water discharge to the river and the land discharge to the ponds. The current treatment design capacity at the plant is 8.4 million gallons per day, and the average dry weather flow at the treatment plant for the past 2 years has been 5.9 million gallons per day. The US EPA classifies the facility as an MPDS major, and the city does implement an industrial pretreatment program. MPDS majors are facilities discharging greater than 1 million gallons per day. Most of our discussion today will be related to the discharge to the ponds at the location identified with the red arrow. Next slide. Next slide. I also want to note that this treatment plant is located in an area with elevated concentrations of nitrate in the groundwater. Nitrate is present in the groundwater in both up-gradient monitoring wells and down-gradient monitoring wells at concentrations that exceed state water quality objectives. This is one of the reasons why many of the comments received on this permit were related to groundwater protection. For reference, nitrate is one of the most common groundwater contaminants in California. And although it's a necessary nutrient for plants, high nitrate levels in people can be harmful to respiratory and reproductive systems in children and adults, and particularly harmful to infants when ingested. For this reason, the US EPA and the state have set a maximum contaminant level, or an MCL, in water for nitrates at 10 parts per million, or 10 milligrams per liter. The treatment plant has an average nitrate concentration of 22 milligrams per liter in their treated wastewater discharge. Initial groundwater monitoring data indicate that nitrate is present in background groundwater, which is unaffected by the treatment facility, at an average concentration of 19 milligrams per liter. Nitrate in groundwater in the area is caused by a number of sources, including agriculture, septic systems, and discharges to the treatment ponds. I'll discuss this in more detail later in this presentation. Next slide. Comments on the order were received from the City of Chico and Joanne Kipps, a Fresno County resident. Comments received by the city mainly pertain to the order's monitoring and reporting program, specifically related to sample types and frequency requirements. Comments received by Ms. Kipps were generally related to management of volume of the waste and protection of groundwater. Regional Water Board staff engaged with both the city and Ms. Kipps to address comments and concerns. Staff's response to comments received on the tentative order are included in the agenda package for your reference. The next slides will go over the comments and the Regional Water Board staff responses and edits that were made in response to the comments. Next slide. Next slide. Comments on the tentative will be summarized at the top of each slide in yellow, and Regional Water Board staff response in white font below. The City of Chico submitted comments mainly pertaining to the order's monitoring and reporting program. The city requested changes related to sample types and frequency of monitoring, and staff addressed comments and appropriate revisions were made. The city supports adoption of the revised order before you. Next slide. As mentioned earlier, we received comments from Ms. Kipps, a resident of Fresno County. The first comment has broadly been summarized in this slide as the land discharge provisions of the proposed order are inadequate. Ms. Kipps requested a total nitrogen limit to be placed on the land discharge and requested that the ponds be lined to protect groundwater. Ms. Kipps' requests are based in part on the results of a 2020 groundwater study that identified constituents where concentrations demonstrated a potential degradation of groundwater in the vicinity of the treatment plant. The primary constituents of concern include nitrate, total nitrogen, dissolved iron, and dissolved manganese. However, the study results were inconclusive on whether the elevated nitrate concentrations are attributed to the treatment plant operations or due to other land uses such as agriculture surrounding the treatment plant. Apparent iron and manganese impacts appear related to the treatment plant operations, but the limited data and the limited monitoring well network are not sufficient to determine the extent of impact, the trend up or down of concentrations, or the relationship to wastewater. Lastly, the data analyzed in the study is not fully representative of current improved facility operations. For these reasons, the proposed order was drafted with requirements to address the deficiencies noted in the study and a requirement to submit an updated study. The first step of the study is due in 6 months, with a final analysis due in 3 years of the permit adoption. Staff do acknowledge that the Chico urban area has a well-documented issue with elevated nitrate in the groundwater, and that the Chico area likely cannot support additional input of nitrate above the groundwater quality objective for nitrate. For this reason, staff have revised the order to include a new total nitrogen effluent limit of 10 milligrams per liter on the land discharge. The city of Chico does not contest this new limit. However, they have requested time to come into compliance with the new limit. The proposed compliance schedule will be discussed later in the presentation. Staff do not propose to include a requirement to line the ponds at this time. More data is needed in the record to support such a requirement. This order requires technical studies, as discussed, to obtain the data needed to justify further land discharge related improvements at the treatment plant. However, to better explain our rationale for these studies, the revised order includes additional language to provide information on past efforts to characterize the groundwater and the treatment plant's impact on the groundwater, if any. And lastly, it should be noted that this order does not authorize any additional degradation beyond what was permitted in the current order. Next slide. As mentioned, the city cannot currently meet the new nitrogen limit on the land discharge. As a result, they have requested a compliance schedule to allow for time to come into compliance with this new limit. The requested amount of time is 10 years. The city recently conducted an engineering needs analysis for the treatment plant. This analysis resulted in a plan for significant upgrades over a 20-year time period. The 10-year compliance schedule for nitrogen reduction is appropriate and fits within the city's plan for treatment plant upgrades. I'm told the city will be further discussing this in their presentation. Ms. Kipps requested that the proposed 10-year compliance schedule be reduced to 4 years. Staff find that a 10-year schedule to come into compliance with the new limit is appropriate. Scoping, design, environmental review, financing, bidding, and construction for the project can easily take 10 years. Furthermore, the need for this project is not immediate. Nitrate from agricultural practices and septic systems in the area have already impacted groundwater, and upgrades at the treatment plant will only ensure that the treatment plant does not compound the existing problem, the existing pollution. Resolution to the agricultural and septic system problems will take more than 10 years. In recognition, though, of the need to ensure sensitive receptors such as drinking water wells in the area are not impacted, a requirement for a sensitive receptor evaluation has been added to the permit, and I'll discuss this later as a late revision. Next slide. Ms. Kipps also provided comments related to the land discharge flow limit of 2.5 million gallons per day. The proposed order continues an existing average monthly flow limit on the land discharge of 2.5 million gallons per day. The city discharges to the land intermittently, on average, 7 days a month at an average rate of about 700,000 gallons per day. The peak average monthly flow in the past 3 years was observed at approximately 1.8 million gallons per day. After review of staff's response to comments and review of treatment plant flow data, Ms. Kipps requested that the land discharge limit be lowered to 1.8 million gallons per day, a value that represents their current discharge practices. Ms. Kipps has also requested consideration of an annual cap on the total discharge to the ponds. The City of Chico has provided a water balance to support that the ponds can receive 2.5 million gallons per day without an operational upset, such as a freeboard exceedance. Staff find that the existing permitted flow limit for the land discharge should be maintained, and that current discharge operations don't justify lowering the limit at this time. Next slide. The next comment from Ms. Kipps is related to the surface water discharge component of the order. Ms. Kipps requested consideration of reducing the existing average dry weather flow limit of 12 million gallons per day to 8.4 million gallons per day. This flow limit is related solely to the effluent discharge to the surface water, the Sacramento River, and not the land discharge to the ponds. At this time, the treatment plant is unable to fully utilize the flow capacity of a portion of the facility. And although the city has plans to address the deficiency and increase the hydraulic capacity in the coming years, it would be inappropriate to maintain the existing flow limit of 12 million gallons per day during a period of time when the capacity just doesn't exist. Therefore, the revised order includes an average dry weather flow limit of 8.4 million gallons per day. A reopener provision has also been included in the order to allow for the flow limit to be revised upward to 12 MGD, or million gallons per day, if warranted. Next slide. Comments were received by Ms. Kipps related to the order's monitoring and reporting program and the need for additional monitoring on the land discharge and the groundwater. The revised order includes additional monitoring parameters for the land discharge and groundwater. As requested by Ms. Kipps, the revised order includes land discharge monitoring for electrical conductivity, total nitrogen, total dissolved solids, and standard minerals. Also, the groundwater monitoring program has been expanded to include, in part, monitoring for dissolved iron, manganese, and arsenic. Ms. Kipps also requested that trihalomethanes be included in the land and groundwater monitoring program. Trihalomethanes, commonly referred to as THMs, are a byproduct of using chlorine for disinfection. The use of chlorine for disinfection is a common practice at wastewater treatment plants, and the use is generally a good practice, but it does have consequences such as the formation of THMs, which THMs, when ingested, are a health risk to humans. For this reason, the US EPA and the state have established a drinking water maximum contaminant level of 80 parts per billion. The treatment plant effluent does contain THMs, and at times the concentrations do exceed the THM MCL, or maximum contaminant level. We know this because the order requires monthly monitoring of various THM compounds in the effluent discharge to surface water. In response to Ms. Kipps' comment, trihalomethane monitoring has been included in the groundwater monitoring program, which is consistent with monitoring requirements for other land dischargers that utilize chlorine for disinfection. Ms. Kipps requested that THMs also be monitored in the land discharge. However, staff do not propose THM monitoring in the land discharge at this time. The discharger already monitors for THMs in their surface water discharge, and any THMs detected in the groundwater will be attributed to the facility's discharge. The discharger, the City of Chico, is aware of these changes and the changes in the monitoring program, and does not object to these additional requirements. Next slide. Ms. Kipps provided comments related to the facility's handling of stormwater, sludge, and supernatant flow. In response to comments received, the revised order includes additional language describing the stormwater, the sludge, and the supernatant handling on site. and the process flow schematic has been updated and included in the revised order. Ms. Kipps has requested that the order require the city to address sludge drying bed deficiencies prior to resuming routine use of the sludge drying beds. At this time, staff are not aware of any existing deficiencies in the sludge drying beds. In addition, the city no longer stores or dries any sludge or biosolids on site. Biosolids are hauled directly from the centrifuge building for land application in Sacramento County, and there is no plan to resume routine use of the sludge drying beds. Therefore, there is no need to place a requirement to correct deficiencies when none have been identified. In addition, the permit does not allow for the storage of sludge on site. Ms. Kipps has also requested that stormwater discharges to the ponds be monitored. The city does maintain a meter to measure their stormwater discharge to the pond, and they record these flows on an annual basis. Because the stormwater is contained on land rather than discharged directly to surface water, and we are not aware of a unique threat this treatment plant's stormwater poses, staff do not propose adding any monitoring requirements other than flow measurement for stormwater discharging into the ponds. Applying stormwater monitoring requirements on the discharge to land, in our judgment, is inconsistent with how the regional board has regulated stormwater discharge to land for other facilities in the region. Next slide. Last, Ms. Kipps commented that the revisions necessary to address her comments would necessitate an additional public review period. After consulting with legal counsel, staff respectfully disagrees. The revisions made to the order do not require recirculation because the tentative order was released for a 30-day public comment period, and recirculation is not needed if the revisions are a logical outgrowth of comments received, which they are. Next slide. There were other comments from the city and Ms. Kipps that were considered, and some related revisions were made to the order. These other comments were considered minor, which is why we are not going through all of the comments. Full copies of the city's comments, Ms. Kipps' comments, and Regional Water Board staff's response to comments are in the agenda package. We are proposing late revisions, which we'll discuss next. Staff are proposing 5 late revisions to the order. You should have a copy of the late revisions in front of you. A copy of the late revisions was also provided to the city and to Ms. Kipps and is available to the public at the entry table. The first late revision is related to the compliance schedule. The revision provides further justification for the 10-year compliance schedule.
Can we get that next slide?
Oh, next slide. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so we're on our late revision slide, and there's item 1 on the slide, and that is for the late revision related to the compliance schedule, which looks like Adam's handing out. Okay. The second late revision pertains to providing a more accurate estimate to the city of Chico's population, which is approximately 100,000. The late revision will revise the population provided in the order's fact sheet. Next slide. The third late revision is related to ensuring the stormwater discharge to the ponds gets reported to the water board in the annual operations report. The fourth revision is related to the required groundwater characterization report. We have added an additional component to the report, which requires the city to review potential impacts on sensitive receptors in the area, such as drinking water wells. We've added this component to evaluate the potential impact of groundwater conditions on public health and the environment, and in consideration of the 10-year time frame for compliance with the total nitrogen limit. And lastly, we propose updating the rationale for the groundwater characterization report in the fact sheet in response to the addition of the sensitive receptor evaluation. I also want to add at this time, we have one late revision to the permit. And this is a revision in the fact sheet, section 2E under plan changes. There was a error identified where we reference the northeast pond as pond 001, when in fact it's actually pond 004. Okay. Next slide. So in conclusion, staff recommends adoption of the proposed NPDS permit with the late revisions. I would like to enter into the record this presentation, the agenda package, late revisions, and the regional water board files for this facility. I would also like to express gratitude to both the city and Ms. Kipps and acknowledge the time and effort they afforded to this permit over the last few weeks. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I would just add also including the late revision that Ms. Cotham went through as well.
Thank you very much. So now we will proceed with testimony by City of Chico, Chico Water Pollution Control Plant. And Jean, if you'll unmute representatives.
They're here.
Hi, my name is Beverly Hahn. I work with Corollo Engineers, and I'm happy to be here today in support of the City of Chico. I guess I'm not sure where my slides are.
Coming right up.
I should warn you guys, I didn't realize I was gonna not have a clicker, so there's gonna be a lot of kind of clicks through this. So bear with me.
As I mentioned at the onset, we're still working through some of the technical challenges. We have a computer system that it's about 20 years old. As our IT guy said, this would have been awesome in 2000. So we're looking to upgrade that in the months to come, but that's why we're having a hard time giving folks clickers for this.
I think everybody's kind of going through the post-pandemic.
So thank you for bearing with us. And just to note before testifying, just make sure to state whether you've taken the oath or not.
Apologies for that. Yes, I've taken the oath. Next slide. Quick introduction to the City of Chico, located about 2 hours from here in the Central Valley of California, and it is the home of Chico State University, and it's also lovingly referred to as the City of Trees. The city provides sewage service for the residents within the city limits and also to some unincorporated areas within Butte County. Next slide. Couple of current events. I just wanted to describe how busy the city has been, especially with ongoing efforts to recover from the devastating Camp Fire that destroyed their neighboring community, the town of Paradise, and created that population boom that Mrs. Gotham talked about. Next click. One note is the planning that Ms. Gotham spoke to, which is extensive planning for the water pollution control plant to identify needs for the next 20 years in support of the city's rate increase for the sewer fee, a rate that is one of the lowest in the states right now. Next click. The city is also well into the process of negotiating an agreement with the town of Paradise for a regionalization effort to treat the Paradise's flow at the Chico treatment plant. As part of this regionalization planning, the city did adjust the planning exercise to reprioritize the capital projects in coordination with the town of Paradise and with this regional board. Next click. And in the midst of all of this, the city has been working tirelessly to address the homelessness crisis. Many probably have followed the city's injunction, which has limited their ability to break up homeless camps and enforce related laws. Next slide. After about a year of deliberation, they're nearly complete with the pallet facility that's shown here. Next click. which includes 177 pallet shelter units, individual units. Next click. Okay, so let's jump into the treatment plant. Next click. The Chico treatment plant is a secondary system. It does include a headworks facility, primary treatment for solid sedimentation, secondary treatment for organics removal, and disinfection for reduction of pathogens. It also has solid handling facilities for thickening, stabilizing, and dewatering solids that are removed within the treatment process. The treatment plant has undergone 3 major facility expansion and upgrade projects in the last 3 decades, the last of which was completed in 2010. Next. The Chico treatment plant also has a 1.1 megawatt solar facility and a very large pond system, as you can see, kind of surrounding the main treatment works. The city discharges treated effluent to the Sacramento River and also the pond system, as Ms. Gotham mentioned. The ponds and the underlying groundwater appear to be one of the main items that have been contested, and so I'm going to focus on that for the remainder of the discussion. Next slide. To give a little perspective to the groundwater under the site, I'm going to talk about the history of the site and the evolution of site use. Next slide. The initial facilities at the site included sludge pits and earthen sludge drying basins that were situated amongst oxidation ponds that covered the site. Over the years, the treatment plant has evolved, like I said, with 4 major expansions over 5 decades.
I wonder if you could do it here.
The sludge process, the blue dots here show where the initial sludge drying beds were. Next click. In 1990, the sludge drying beds got a big upgrade, right, with the construction of the northern sludge drying bed complex. And over the next 2 expansion projects, they were upgraded with recent upgrades in the 2010 project, which included complete reconstruction with asphalt and concrete enclosures, and also a closed loop system to bring leachate back into the treatment works. Next click. There's also a little square here. There's also a centrifuge facility that does dewater the solids for direct off haul. And that is the current solids handling process that is used. And with the sludge drying bed serving as backup capacity. Next. Last, just a quick note on the storage of dewatered solids. The northeast pond, which is kind of the triangle looking shape, was used historically as an oxidation pond. It was converted for the storage of dried solids, and that occurred between 97 and 2009. And now it has been converted for use as as an influent emergency pond for storage of raw influent as needed, with upgrades that allow the flow to be brought back into the treatment plant. And then the last rectangle just shows where the sludge drying storage improvements were made in 2010. And since the initiation of direct haul of the biosolids in 2018, there has not been storage of biosolids, as Ms. Gotham mentioned. I did want to mention that even though they are not used regularly, the sludge drying beds do provide the city some flexibility in their operation, and because they have been constructed to meet the requirements promulgated by related regulations, the city does want to maintain the ability to use them. Next slide. Next, just a quick discussion on the ponds. As talked about in the previous slides, the original treatment plant consisted of oxidation ponds that covered the site. They received raw influent from the collection system, and they were the main treatment process until 1959, when the main treatment facility was constructed. And that was the standard practice at the time Today, there are 4 main pond areas. I talked about the northeast pond that has already popped up and already talked about its current use. The last 3 ponds, if you want to just go through the clicks, are the M&T pond, which distributes flow to the southwest pond and the southeast pond and the southwest pond. And those are all used as a terminal discharge location for treated effluent. The southwest pond underwent very extensive and expensive improvements to make it a wetland type pond in the 2010 expansion project. Next slide. So these ponds, and you can see them kind of in the background there behind the treatment works, they serve as a year-round habitat for migrating birds, reptiles, turtles, and other wildlife. The city does discharge treated effluent from the treatment plant on a regular basis to maintain this use and also to control weeds, which would otherwise inundate the site. The ponds do also provide the city operational flexibility, providing a space for effluent bypass should they need to take the equipment or process down for regular maintenance. And they also do serve the potential use for emergency bypass of effluent as a protection measure for the surface water in the Sacramento River. Maintaining the use of these ponds is very important to the environment. It's important to the city, and it's important to the city's ratepayers. Next slide. Finally, just a quick overview of some of the related efforts related to compliance with the pond discharge and the city's NPDES permit. Next slide. The permit that the city is operating under right now did require a few things. First, it required the installation of a groundwater monitoring well network and ongoing monitoring. The wells were installed in 2017, and the monitoring has been ongoing since. Next, it did require a groundwater characterization and anti-degradation reevaluation study, and that was completed in 2020 based on 2 years of quarterly groundwater monitoring data. Last, the permit does require compliance with land discharge specs for biological oxygen demand, total suspended solids, coliform, and other basin plan requirements that are appropriate for groundwater. Next slide. So, quick overview of the findings related, the findings of the groundwater characterization and anti-degradation study. First, the study findings did show that there is potential degradation to the underlying groundwaters of the treatment plant that was suspected. The findings do point to inefficiencies in the groundwater monitoring network, a potential degradation by surrounding agricultural use. I forgot to point out, but there's, fields all around the plant, and also potential degradation due to the historical use of the facility. And I did kind of highlight that how the site has evolved, and there is potential groundwater issues that could be related to historical use. Next click. And the recommendations ultimately were that there were additional efforts that were needed to optimize the groundwater monitoring system and some time to determine what projects would actually be needed associated with the pond discharge. Next slide. This is going to be pretty hard for you guys to see, but it's just one example of a graphic that was used in the study, and it shows average nitrate concentrations measured in the groundwater over those 2 years. And I'll just kind of highlight them. Up in the northern part of the facility, the north and the northeast, there are higher nitrate concentrations, and those we found could be associated with the historical storage of biosolids at the site. The other high value that you see is on the east side, away from the facility, kind of surrounded by agricultural use, and that again could be potentially associated with fertilizer use in that area. The remaining wells are the wells that are under and around, or kind of around the ponds, and they do show an average nitrate concentration of approximately 4 milligrams per liter, and that is less than half of the water quality objective. And it's lower than the background well concentration, which is 18 milligrams per liter, not shown, but is approximately twice what the water quality objective is for groundwater. So even with the previous slide, even with this analysis, we did have to point to the city's effluent discharge as a possible source of degradation. And that's because the anti-degradation policy says that if your effluent is higher than the water quality objective, then you do pose a potential threat to the groundwater. The city has had ongoing discussion with the regional board that has, I'm sorry, next slide. This is a quick compilation of all of the steps that are needed that the city has to take over the next 10 years related to the treatment plant in general, with the blue highlights denoting all of this, the work that's associated with the groundwater. The city does need the 10 years to comply with the requirement. And this allows time for the city to understand what the groundwater degradation really is attributed to. It also allows time for the city to prioritize the treatment facility needs related to the Paradise Connection and ongoing condition-driven facility needs. And it also allows time to plan, permit, and fund all of the work.
And just a note, that was the 10-minute timer.
Okay, I'm done. I just wanted to, I guess, close by saying the city does support the staff recommendations to adopt the permit and accepts the late revisions to the permit.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, we will now hear comments from Ms. Kipps.
Ms. Kipps, you can unmute.
I have. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
I have my camera, should be functioning. I don't see me on the screen though. Oh, there we go. Okay, great. Well, good morning, board members. May I proceed then?
Absolutely.
Yes, you may.
Okay. Good morning, board members and Mr. Palupa and staff. My name is Joanne Kipps and I reside in Fresno County, and I did, take the oath. For 13 years, I worked for the board, the Central Valley Board, where I evaluated groundwater degradation caused by waste discharges from municipal wastewater treatment facilities, food processing plants, and wineries. In many cases, groundwater affected by these waste discharges contain waste constituents that you can clearly attribute to the discharge, like disinfection byproducts or potassium. In other cases, affected groundwater contains waste constituents that are not in the discharge per se, but are byproducts of the bacterial decomposition of the organics in the discharge. In a nutshell, excessive organic loading to land depletes the oxygen, resulting in anoxic conditions or low oxygen conditions that are conducive for denitrification, which is good, but also solubilized metals like iron and manganese and arsenic, which are naturally occurring in the soil, which is not good. The city has historically discharged to ponds effluent not meeting specifications to protect surface water. The current permit regulates the discharge of this off-spec water for the first time, in part by prescribing new effluent limitations that more or less match those for the surface water discharge. But the permit defers the compliance date for these effluent limitations until the day before the permit expires. And the current permit does not require monitoring of the land discharge, so there's no data available for characterizing the actual discharge to the pond. Now, as said earlier, effluent typically contains total nitrogen in concentrations typically exceeding 22 milligrams per liter. Historical images of the disposal ponds available from Google Earth almost always show the ponds as green, indicating algae growth nurtured by the influent, nitrogen by the influent. The decomposition of dead algae on the pond bottom soils likely represents a significant portion of the discharge's organic loading. The current permit requires groundwater monitoring to evaluate the extent to which the facility's operations are impacting groundwater. Since the monitoring was initiated in 2017, data has consistently shown groundwater mounding under the ponds and at times rising to less than 5 feet below the ponds. Data also show groundwater under the ponds and near the sludge drying and storage areas contains nitrate in excess of the water quality objectives, much higher. The sludge and the sludge storage areas much higher than surrounding groundwater, and the nitrogen in the groundwater underneath the pond may be low in nitrate, but it's very high in ammonia, which they didn't mention, and ammonia can convert to nitrate. And so there you go, you still have a problem. So what's necessary is to control the actual total nitrogen going into the ponds. So groundwater in several wells also contains manganese in concentrations exceeding the water quality objective of 50 parts per billion. The exceedances are not insignificant and dismissible. Average manganese concentrations exceed the objective by a factor of 20 in the groundwater mound and by a factor of 70 in groundwater near the sludge drying beds. And the groundwater monitoring for arsenic required by the proposed order will likely show arsenic concentrations in some wells approaching or exceeding the water quality objective of 10 parts per billion. In short, there is sufficient data to conclude that the facility's operations have caused or contributed to groundwater to contain nitrate and manganese in concentrations exceeding the water quality objectives. This constitutes a violation of groundwater limitations in the current and proposed orders. The proposed order prescribes a new effluent limitation of 10 milligrams per liter for total nitrogen, but defers compliance for 10 years. 3 years ago, the city proposed a $4.4 million regulatory-driven facilities upgrade project involving the modification of existing aeration tanks within 2 years to reduce total effluent nitrogen to 10 milligrams per liter. A late revision that had been identified earlier justifies the 10-year compliance schedule by citing the city's recent regionalization planning report. However, this report simply states that the city anticipates a likely requirement to implement denitrification at the facility by 2032. So, in other words, staff is recommending the board to provide the city a 10-year compliance schedule because the city expects the board to impose a 10-year compliance schedule. Is this an adequate justification for the generous compliance schedule? The proposed order already delays by several years the assessment of the extent of manganese pollution caused by the facility's operation. Reducing effluent concentrations of total nitrogen benefits both surface water and groundwater and should not be similarly postponed. The board should require the city to address the nitrate threat in a timely manner as the city proposed to do so 3 years ago. I request the board to shorten the period to achieve compliance with the new effluent limitation for total nitrogen to 4 years, which is twice as long as the city originally proposed and as such should be more than adequate. Okay, now moving on to flow. Current data show that the city discharges up to 250 million gallons of effluent annually to the ponds. The average monthly flow limitation of 2.5 million gallons per day in the current and proposed orders effectively allows for an annual discharge flow of over 900 million gallons. Or to give you some perspective, over the 60-acre area, you got 45 feet of effluent applied. much greater than the agricultural land uses. The proposed order purports to authorize no additional degradation, but it fails to limit annual discharge flow at current levels to preclude annual degradation. Yesterday, the city's consulting engineer submitted a water balance that attempts to demonstrate that the city's 60-acre disposal area can accommodate the discharge flow allowed. But it fails to include facility stormwater flow, which is also discharged to the ponds. And it ignores the reality that the infiltration rates will slow as groundwater rises to the bottom of the ponds. Therefore, to preclude additional degradation, I request that the board limit, and this is really important, that the limit pond discharges to period when effluent does not meet surface water limitations only, and to prescribe an annual maximum land discharge flow limitation of 250 million gallons. Limiting the effluent discharges, as I propose, could reduce manganese concentrations in groundwater below the ponds, as well as, very importantly, retard the off-site spread of waste constituents in soil and groundwater resulting from the city's past sludge drying and storage operations. While reducing discharge flows may diminish the habitat value of the city's constructed wetlands, it is necessary to protect water quality, which is the board's primary responsibility after all. So really, the city should decide what's more important, to maintain a wetland or to prevent a source of groundwater pollution. Now, because the city uses chlorine for disinfection, effluent contains carcinogenic disinfection byproducts known collectively as total trihalomethanes. As discussed previously, the groundwater monitoring will also start trihalomethanes, and it's very likely that the monitoring will show that the groundwater affected by the discharge already exceeds the water quality objective. So I appreciate the opportunity to address the board, and I thank staff for all the help they've given me. And lastly, and I hope I won't be cut off, my husband is from the Netherlands, and the Dutch have an expression that is apt for this discharge. Kind-hearted surgeons leave festering wounds. The proposed order casts the board in the role of kind-hearted surgeon and leaves a festering wound in groundwater. These modest revisions should help heal the wound. This is your opportunity, board members, to make a difference and approve these revisions, which I emailed to staff yesterday. So this concludes my presentation, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to address you on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kidd. We will now hear from any person interested who is not a party to this proceeding, but who wishes to comment. Mindy, do we have any others wishing to comment?
Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yes, we have Michael Garabedian with Placer County tomorrow, joining by phone.
Okay. Is
Mr. Garabedian, we don't see you on the list here. If you are, please raise your hand by selecting *9 on your phone. So we are not seeing a response.
Mindy, you want to go to the, is there anyone else?
No, that would conclude.
That would conclude? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Now, the board will now hear a closing statement by City of Chico. Chico Water Pollution Control Plant.
And the city of Chico did use all their allotted time if it was
Okay.
the board's pleasure to allow them a couple seconds more. That's certainly the board's pleasure.
Okay, well, I would say we'll give them 2 minutes. Would that be appropriate timing?
Certainly, it's entirely up to you.
Okay, well, that's what we would be saying. At this point, if they would like to do a closing statement. Speak fast in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kadara and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Eric Gustafson. I'm the Public Works Director, and I wanted to confirm our consulting engineer from with Carrillo, Beverly Hahn, her presentation. And we have our Deputy Director, Skylar Lipsky, with us, and then our Plant Manager, James Carr, is zooming in. So yeah, we, as noted in the presentation, we have a lot going on. We have, of course, we're reeling from campfire response, which we received about a million gallons per day increase overnight from that. So we're still reeling from that. A lot of those impacts are still there. We're embarking on a pretty significant rate analysis to accomplish a lot of regulatory condition and capacity improvements at the plant. And then, of course, we're heavily involved in the regionalization effort. So we look forward to those efforts. We feel that I'd like to thank the regional board staff for all the work they put into this permit renewal, our consulting staff, and of course, city staff. We think the revisions that the board staff proposed are fair, and I think we can meet those timelines, and especially with this large rate analysis effort that we're employing at the moment. So we think the permit is obtainable. And we respectfully ask that it's passed in its current condition.
Thank you very much.
I guess there's only just two items that I would maybe rebut to Mrs. Kipp's testimony, and some, again, is associated with the historical use of the ponds. She did mention some other constituents like ammonia and manganese that are measured in concentrations that vary kind of underneath the ponds. And those, again, based on the historical use of the facility, can be potentially explained. And then the last thing I just wanted to point out that the water balance does include a estimate for the stormwater that would come to the ponds based on the facility site size and the pond size. And it totals about 44 million, 40, hold on, I just did it, 44, doesn't matter. I did include it into the stormwater balance.
Thank you for your statement. The board will now hear from any closing remarks and recommendations from staff.
If there's any questions.
Yeah, Brian Smith, supervising engineer from that writing office. Yeah, I just wanted to point out, it has been raised, the proposed order does include a required assessment of groundwater with the issues that Ms. Kipps raised. And if those observations over the next 3 years indicate that improvements need to be made at the facility to address them, that will be required. Also, I wanted to mention that we did include a late revision to specifically address the concern with any sensitive receptors drinking water wells in the area. That will be part of that assessment. And with that, the staff recommendation is that you do adopt the proposed order with the late revisions and the late revisions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Patrick, do we have any recommendations from the executive officers?
Yeah, no, my recommendation is consistent with Brian's, obviously. I think the phrase that Ms. Kipps said about festering wounds kind of conjures the fact that there are real and tenable harms caused by that wound. Here, I don't think that's necessarily the case. We have groundwater that has historically been overloaded with nitrate, but this is not groundwater that is currently being used as a source of drinking water. This is the 10-year time schedule, as the proposed changes in front of you indicate, really are there to allow the city of Chico to make a deliberate planning effort that includes conversations with ratepayers, that includes environmental design to choose the least impactful environmental option, whatever nitrification, denitrification may be necessary to reach that target, and also includes quite a lot of groundwater assessment. So additional kind of investigation, possible installation of additional wells to really understand what the components are that are causing groundwater problems in that area. Again, people aren't drinking that water right now. And so I think that affords us a little bit of flexibility in terms of how we want to extend the time frame out here. Kind of the city certainly mentioned it in its presentation about how this treatment plant has evolved over the years. In the 1950s, that just using a simple oxidation process, that means there's huge ponds of raw sewage out there in those ponds in the 1950s before it received successive rounds of upgrades. And so when a city's making those plans, they put the treatment plant or the ponds way the heck out in some agricultural areas, because when you're in the 110-degree Chico summer, you do not want those ponds anywhere near people that are going to smell that treatment plant. So you cite the treatment plant, you cite the plant in agricultural lands way the heck out away from the city. And so you'll cite it in an area where agricultural impacts are going to be expected. We have relatively high groundwater table in that area. You have very intensive agricultural practices that continue to this day in that area. The Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program is working on nitrate reduction in those lands as we speak. That program has an extended time frame under CV salts, and when we get to those particular areas, priority 1 areas have a 35-year time frame for compliance, and so a 10-year time frame from our perspective is absolutely reasonable with respect to nitrate. The sensitive receptor survey, it's in the late revisions that are in front of you, just to be absolutely sure that nobody is going to drink that water anytime soon. And if they are, the board can respond by ordering replacement drinking water. But we have no indication that there's anybody drinking the water that's affected by those ponds right now. And really, the dispute is over the time frame about those ponds. And from our perspective, 10 years is totally reasonable. And with that, I make a recommendation for adoption of the permit with the late revisions and the late revisions.
Okay, we will close the hearing at this time and then discuss it amongst the board. Board members, do you have any questions or concerns or where we are right now with this item?
We just to note, Mr. Garabedian is now on the phone. If the board would like to reopen the hearing to hear from Mr. Garabedian, it's your pleasure to do so.
Where did he go when he was on call?
I have no idea.
We're in this.
Were you asking where he went during
yeah, he was due to be on the call.
I don't know. It could have been I don't know. We didn't get that information from him, but he is on there now.
Okay, since I will reopen it. We're still in this process, but 3 minutes is what would be required.
All right, Gene.
He's unmuted.
Thank you. This is am I on now? Thank you.
Yes, you are.
I appreciate that very much. Michael Garabedian in Lincoln, California for Placer County Tomorrow and Friends of the North Fork American River. I want to emphasize very strongly our support for what amounts to an extension of time for public comment on this. Though I also note that we support the other points made by Engineer Kipp. The thing I want to call attention to specifically is that the NPDES program was delegated by the United States Environmental Protection Agency to the state of California. And in the 1989 delegation, the industrial pretreatment program was also delegated. The emphasis there, the one thing emphasized very strongly was public involvement in the project process. And our experience elsewhere in this region and with the state board on petitions suggests that the public involvement process has to be reviewed and considered as a possible a factor contributing to the improvement, either improvement in public participation, whether it's in stakeholder groups or in meetings and forums like this, or consideration about whether or not that delegation still holds. Uh, we have requested before a public meeting at another, Colfax, for instance, no luck getting a public meeting. The only way we'll have public meetings is if we put one on ourselves and perhaps invite the board. So those are our points and our grave concern, and urging that you do provide at least a minimal extended period of time for comment before acting on this. And I do appreciate, again, this opportunity. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comments. We will now close the hearing and have discussion amongst the board. Sean, Elena, any comments from you or Raji regarding this item? Raji, do you have any comments
No.
regarding this?
I do not.
Either of you? Okay. So I guess my only comment would be the Paradise Fire has contributed to where we are today with the increase in the affluent limits and those concerns. And I've heard the comments from Ms. Kipps. She's very knowledgeable on these items, but I'm inclined to go along with the recommendations that I've heard from staff. I also heard Brian say that should we go beyond problems, we have a way to address that if we exceed the fluent limitations, that we have a way to address that over the period of time. So I'm sure our board is not going to be, our staff is going to be recommending anything to us that's going to contaminate, further contaminate our water supply. And we're talking about groundwater that people are not having to drink at this time. So unless I have any other discussions from the board, okay, feel free.
I do have a point of clarification, more so a question. So I'd just like to understand their the tenure going to 4 years, right?
So staff recommendation is for the 10-year timeframe.
Preferably 4 years to 10 years.
It is a 10-year. Ms. Kipps is recommending 4 years.
Okay. And I saw a note here that after 4 years, are we asking for a report?
Yeah, there are multiple reports that are required. Groundwater assessment report, best practicable treatment and control evaluation of the controls that they have. If there are new wells that need to be installed consistent with that groundwater report, they will have to do that investigation. And there will be further investigation of manganese issues and other issues dealing with mobilizing naturally occurring metals in the groundwater as well.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to get to is, are we having a report only after 4 years, or it's at any given years that we, or is this an annual?
So you know, the
Because-
permit in front of you is about 190, 200 pages long.
Right.
And I think there's about 40 some pages are reporting requirements. They report on a whole load of chemicals, some of them monthly, some of them weekly effluent limitations, others are uploaded to different tracking systems. So there are an incredible amount of monitoring requirements that are due right off the bat as soon as this permit becomes as soon as this permit becomes effective. And but there are additional groundwater monitoring and reporting requirements and valuation of those pond systems that's due a little bit more quickly, or on a lengthier time frame, you know, longer evaluation of those. But we will get information about what that facility is discharging. We currently get lots of information about what that facility is discharging practically in real time.
Okay, thank you for clarification and thank you for the recommendation.
Chair Kadara,
Thank you. Yes.
I just had a comment. I just wanted to say to staff and to the city of Chico that I think what the city dealt with was obviously, what happened with the Paradise Fires, I think was something that I know our staff has been dealing with for a long time. But I think this permit shows what happens when agencies work together for the benefit of the community. So I just want to commend all parties involved, the city of Chico and the water board staff, and working together to get this permit done. We're well aware of what happened with the Paradise Fires and how that has impacted the city of Chico. So I just wanted to make sure I made that comment.
I certainly appreciate you making that comment, Raji. And so now I would like to, if there are no other questions or concerns for the board to make a motion.
And just for the record, I was able to find it. So on monitoring and reporting program, pages E39 to E41, it details a series of, and my apologies to the city of Chico. I know this is tough to comply with. These permits are tough to comply with. A series of 42 separate reports, some of which are annual operation reports, some of which are groundwater evaluation reports, some of which are compliance schedule progress reports, understanding how they are making progress towards meeting those nitrate effluent limitations. So over the term of this 5-year permit, there's going to be about 42 special reports in addition to the regular effluent monitoring reports and receiving water monitoring reports that are required under the federal regulations. So these permits are very complicated to comply with, and the city of Chico has been a good partner in working with our staff to get compliance.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Go ahead.
All right, so I move.
Okay, that's with late revision or there. Okay. With late and late.
With
late.
Sorry, I
late
cannot
and
hear
late,
you.
late revisions. So the
So I
late
move
revisions
that-
are the ones that are in the packet, and the late revisions are the ones that
Late,
we'll
late
describe.
revision.
Late and late.
Late and late revision.
Okay, do I have a second on that from the board?
Second.
Thank you, Raji. It's been moved in second that we approve of this item, agenda item number 9 with the late and late revisions. Mindy, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Yang,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader.
Aye.
And Vice Chair Kadara.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you for the public comments, and we appreciate conclude this item.
And I would suggest we break for lunch now. We've got a couple
Okay.
closed session items and then 2 should be brief items to resume, but I'll let our attorneys let you know about what we'll be discussing in closed session.
Okay, what will be the next item, agenda item when we come back?
Agenda item 10, City of Modesto and City of Turlock Regional Water Quality Control Facility.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll break for lunch. We'll be back at what, 1:30 or sooner?
Yeah, we can do it in 30 minutes. We will be discussing items F, which is the Valley Water Management Company case, and H, which is Borba and Sons Dairy.
Okay.
And
right.
just making sure that Raji has the Zoom link.
Oh, for the closed session?
Yes. And
one additional closed session on the agenda A, the Malaga proceedings.
Okay, so let's make it 1:35 that we report back. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll break for lunch. All right, we're back in session, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us. Um, are we going to discuss the closed session
We
item?
have nothing to report out.
Okay, we don't have anything to report out. Thank you, council. We're on to agenda item number 10, City of Modesto Water Quality Control Facility and City of Turlock Regional Water Quality Control Facility, Stanislaus County, consideration of NPDES permit renewal, NPDES permit CA 0085316. This is the time and place for a hearing to consider renewal of the NPDES permit for the City of Modesto Water Quality Control Facility and City of Turlock Regional Water Quality Control Facility, Stanislaus County. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and the meeting procedures published with the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed actions should be taken. The designated parties are the City of Modesto Water Quality Control Facility and the City of Turlock Regional Water Quality Control Facility. Designated parties will have 10 minutes each for presentation and a closing statement. All other persons are interested persons um, and shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. A timer will be used. All persons expected to testify, raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, say, I do. Okay. Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before testifying. If any designated party is having technical difficulty, please notify us immediately by either raising your hand virtually on Zoom under the participants tab, or if you are using a phone by pressing *9, you may also send an email to agenda5 at waterboards.ca.gov. If there are technical difficulties, we will stop the hearing to address those issues and will not resume until all designated parties can participate. Does council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Not at this time, thank you.
We almost need an arrow. I will add that the cities of Turlock and Modesto, I understand that their presentation is combined with interested person Del Puerto Water District. From my perspective, totally fine if they give a joint presentation, even though some are designated parties and some are interested persons. I think it still gets the information in front of the board.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we will proceed with the staff presentation at this time.
Well, good afternoon, Acting Chair Kadara and members of the board. My name is Armand Martinez, and I'm a staff engineer in the Rancho Cordova office, and I've taken the oath. The next item for your consideration is for renewal is the NPDES permit for the North Valley Regional Recycled Water Program. Next slide, please. Today, we're discussing the renewal of the NPDES permit for the North Valley Regional Recycled Water Program, which I'll refer to as the North Valley Program. I want to start off by listing the multiple partner agencies involved in this project, starting with the City of Turlock, the City of Modesto, the Del Puerto Water District, City of Ceres, and Stanislaus County are all partner agencies in the North Valley program. Both the City of Turlock and the City of Modesto are listed as dischargers in the current and in the proposed NPDES permit renewal. Before discussing the next slide, please. Before discussing the project, we do want to provide some information on the receiving water. The Delta Mendota Canal, which is commonly referred to as the DMC, is a water of the United States. This graphic shows the discharge point for the project with the DMC, the discharge point designated by the red circle. Now, the supply source for the DMC is the Central Valley Project, which originates at the Jones Pumping Plant in the South Delta. The DMC carries Central Valley Project water for irrigation and municipal uses and replaces San Joaquin River flows in the Mendota Pool. The DMC conveys Central Valley Project water to the O'Neill Forebay for delivery to the San Luis joint use facilities, which I will refer to as the joint use complex. The DMC extends approximately 70 miles from the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta to the O'Neill Forebay, where Central Valley Project water can mix with water from the State Water Project. Next slide, please. Now, this project consists of the discharge of Title 22 tertiary treated municipal wastewater to the DMC from the City of Modesto and the City of Turlock wastewater treatment facilities, which I'll refer to as the facilities.
The North Valley program is designed to deliver recycled water for agricultural reuse via the DMC to the Del Puerto Water District. Tertiary treatment involves the use of filtration, and Title 22 in the California Code of Regulations provides requirements for the production of recycled water, which includes the filtration and disinfection standards. This graphic shows the facilities, the DMC, the recycled water conveyances, and the joint outfall. Both the city of Turlock is represented by the red circle, and the city of Turlock effluent conveyance is represented by the red line. The pipeline from the Harding Drain bypass pump station, shown there as the gray circle, conveys the city of Turlock's effluent to the city of Modesto pump station at the Jennings plant, as designated by the orange circle there. The purple line shows the pipeline that conveys the combined effluent. So I'm sorry, at the Jennings plant, the effluent from the city of Modesto and the city of Turlock combined, and from the Jennings plant, the purple line there shows a pipeline that conveys the combined effluent to the joint outfall. The joint outfall is shown by the purple dot there. The DMC is shown as a blue line. The city of Modesto began their discharge to the DMC in December 2017, and Turlock followed in March 2020. Next slide, please. So some information on the two facilities. Go back a slide, please. Yeah. So some information on the two facilities. They're both regulated by 2 NPDES permits each. They're both regulated by, they both have an NPDES permit for their respective discharge to the San Joaquin River. And they both have the second permits for the combined discharge to the DMC. The facilities do provide a high level of treatment, including nitrification and denatrification, which includes the removal of ammonia and nitrate. As I mentioned before, these facilities provide Title 22 tertiary recycled wastewater. I'm sorry. These facilities do provide Title 22 tertiary recycled wastewater, recycled water. The current permit it has a capacity of 29.1 million gallons per day, or MGD. At full build out around the year 2045, the North Valley program is capable of delivering 52.7 million gallons per day to the Del Puerto Water District. The facilities do have a primary discharge, they do primarily discharge to the DMC with occasional discharge to the San Joaquin River. I do want to add with tertiary treatment involves the use of filtration. And Title 22, again, Title 22 of the California Code of Regulations, they do set standards for disinfection and filtration requirements. The primary source of, next slide, please. Now the primary source for the Del Puerto Water District or federal water allocations from the Central Valley Project via the DMC. During dry and drought conditions, the Del Puerto Water District has had water allocations from the Central Valley Project reduced and at times down to zero. I believe it's down to zero this year. The purpose of the North Valley Project is to address the regional and the local water supply issues by providing a long-term steady supply of tertiary recycled water to the Del Puerto Water District via the DMC. The Del Puerto Water District can use this water downstream of the discharge point, and which reduces its reliance on groundwater pumping and federal water allocations from the Central Valley Project. Next slide, please. Now, although the North Valley program does provide the benefit of delivering recycled water for agricultural irrigation, there are concerns about the impacts to downstream drinking water facilities from the discharge of tertiary treated domestic wastewater. Based on a far-field dilution study provided by the dischargers in 2015, a small portion of the effluent does reach the joint use complex, or water from the Central Valley Project can mix with water from the State Water Project. From the joint use complex, drinking water is conveyed to the Bay Area and to Southern California, providing drinking water to millions of Californians. Now, some of the drinking water concerns include pathogens, such as constituents of emerging concern, otherwise known as CECs, that have health concerns and that do not easily biodegrade. Now, other drinking water concerns include nutrients, which can result in algal blooms that produce harmful toxins, taste and odor issues, and can lead to increased cost to treat drinking water. To address these drinking water concerns, the State Water Central Valley Water Board staff consulted with State Water Board Division of Drinking Water, otherwise known as DDW, to determine the necessary disinfection requirements to protect the downstream drinking water uses. In addition, since adoption of the current permit, the State Water Board adopted surface water augmentation regulations in Title 22 of the California Code of Regulations. Central Valley Water Board staff consulted, requested a determination from DDW on whether the discharge should be subject to the new regulations. Now, the surface water augmentation. This is, oh yeah, next slide, please. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a lot different. Yeah. I want to talk about surface water augmentation regulations. Title 22 of the California Code of Regulations does state that a surface water augmentation project involves the planned placement of recycled water for the purpose of supplementing the source of domestic drinking water supply. Now, after discussions with the Central Valley Water Board staff, DDW did provide a memorandum in March of 2022 that determined that surface water augmentation regulations were not applicable, and that disinfection that meets Title 22 tertiary recycled water standards are protected to public health. However, DDW staff recommended that the proposed permit include additional studies and monitoring to provide updated information to reevaluate their determination for the next permit renewal. That has to do with the surface water augmentation and other determinations. The memo, the March 2022 memo recommended an updated far field dilution study to estimate the percentage of the effluent entering the joint use complex based on current conditions. The memo also recommended monthly reporting of the Del Puerto Water District's water diversions to the DMC to better understand how much of the recycled water is being removed from the downstream, removed downstream of the discharge before reaching the joint use complex. Furthermore, DDW staff recommended monitoring of CECs and phosphorus be added to the permit. The proposed permit includes these recommendations from DDW, and a reopener is provided in the event that DDW determines that the surface water augmentation regulations should be applied in the future. Comments on the proposed NPDES permit were received from the state water contractors, the city of Modesto, the city of Turlock, and the Del Puerto Water District. All comments have been addressed and responses are included in the agenda package. The responses and permit modifications have been shared with the commenters. Thank you. With the commenters, and all four are in support of the proposed order with staff's revisions. The next slide, please. We do have one late revision. We're proposing one late revision that was provided to you today. The city of Turlock is evaluating changes to their disinfection system to reduce the formation of disinfection byproducts. This change may result in an increase in the ammonia concentrations in their effluent. Therefore, a reopener is being included as a late revision to allow the permit to be reopened to modify the ammonia effluent limitations for the city of Turlock if the city of Turlock provides adequate information. This concludes my presentation. Staff recommends the renewal of the proposed NPDES permits with the late revisions. Staff would like to enter into the record this presentation, the agenda package, including the late revisions, and the Central Valley Water Board files for this facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. I'm not saying Hernandez, it's Martinez.
Yes.
Sorry. We would now like to proceed with testimony by the City of Modesto Water Quality Facility and City of Turlock Regional Water Quality Facility, Stanislaus County.
An interested person, Del Puerto, part of that too.
Good afternoon, Acting Chair Cadera and board members. My name is Dale Goodman. I'm the new Municipal Services Director at the City of Turlock. As of now, it's been 4 weeks. So I am new to this position, certainly new to the district. There's a lot going on and I'm excited to be part of it. Okay. And I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
And you have taken the oath.
And yes, I have taken the oath.
Thank you.
Turlock Modesto, along with our teaming partner, Del Puerto Water District, want to express our gratitude to the board and to the management team for the efforts that they have provided in renewing the NPDES permit for the North Valley Regional Recycled Water Project. In a very real way, the NPDES permit is the cornerstone of this project, and without it, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we're doing. The board has been very helpful, and I think I can speak on behalf of the cities and Del Puerto and in offering a great deal of thanks to Mr. Marshall for the years of service that he has provided in making this project move forward and other projects as well. Although I just met him today, his name is always mentioned in hushed and reverent tones. So a lot of people think very highly of him and wish him well in his retirement. We want to take just a few moments to share with you the project's far-reaching benefits. And we really feel like there's a lot to be said about that. We are not going to take a lot of time. We're well into the day here, but the benefits are across the San Joaquin Valley and include helping in part to stabilize the cost of living for people in an area that is includes a lot of disadvantaged communities. By being able to sell this water to the district, the cities then can keep their sewer rates down, at least somewhat. It's not a total win, but it's a win, and it's very important to all these communities and to the citizens of the communities. In addition to that, we're obviously providing a drought-resistant water source for the agricultural concerns of the area, which is very important and is one of the goals of the state. With all that being said, at this time I want to hand over the presentation to Will Wong, the City of Modesto, who is going to provide us with some background of the project.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, Acting Chair Gadara and the rest of the regional board. I'm Will Wong. I'm the Director of Utilities for the City of Modesto. I want to also share my thanks to Jim Marshall for the years of service. We've worked with Mr. Marshall for many years, and we've appreciated his collaboration over the years for the many different permits, and then really for the North Valley program permit, because it is one of those innovative projects that will solve the crisis that we have right now in terms of water supply. So as you see on the screen, the City of Modesto, oh, actually, I've also taken the oath. City of Modesto and the City of Turlock over the years, working with the regional board, have upgraded their facilities up to tertiary levels. So both facilities have nutrient removal, and we treat our water to Title 22 levels, as Mr. Martinez had mentioned. One of the things that we brought up to Mr. Marshall back early in, I think, 2012 is an innovative project that, because the cities were required to treat their water to a recycled water level, what could we do with that? And with that, we desired a higher use of the high quality effluent that we were producing. As Mr. Goodman had pointed out, by using this project and selling recycled water, we've reduced our burden to the ratepayers by selling recycled water to Del Puerto Water District. And this project here is a very innovative project that can be replicated to meet the state's and the regional board's conservation and reuse goals. And with that, I will pass the remainder of my time to Anthea Hansen, who's the general manager of the Del Puerto Water District, to talk a little bit about the North Valley Recycled Water Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Madam Vice Chair, board members and staff, thank you for allowing me to be part of the discharger team today as an interested party. For the Del Puerto Water District, this project is of highest importance. We worked for many years to perfect the North Valley Regional Recycled Water Program. And I think it would be very helpful if you had a little history about the reasons behind the program and our goals. Next slide, please. Del Puerto Water District serves over 45,000 acres of pristine farmland on the west side of the San Joaquin Valley. I mean, it takes two things to grow, to make food. It takes good dirt and reliable water supply. I have 150 small family farmers, multi-generational, many of them. My board of directors has 3 directors now who are fourth in line in their family business of growing food in the San Joaquin Valley. Our district is a CVP contractor, and most of you understand right now the CVP and the State Water Project are in crisis. We are an export contractor south of the Delta, and our water allocations, although contracted to be sufficient to grow food on every acre of land, for many years since the early 90s have been compromised in terms of the uh, Bureau of Reclamation's ability to give us an adequate water supply. So about 12 years ago, we concepted this program and partnered with our 2 local cities and series, so 3 cities, and with the support of our county. I'm in 3 counties, but Stanislaus is our main county. So you see on the graph, there's some information about our allocations just in the last 8 or 9 years. Prior to the 1990s, we've been in business for 7 decades. We always received 100% water allocation. And then with the drought of the 90s and then layering of regulatory requirements and degraded and issues affecting the Delta and the ability of the projects to move water south of the Delta, we have suffered since the early 90s, having during that time only 4 years out of those number of years where we actually received our full contract supply. This chart shows you that we are now this year in our 4th year in the last 8 years of getting 0% of that supply, which means that it's very difficult for our landowners to produce the food and fiber that their businesses charge has them doing. Next slide, please. Sorry, I got off on my slides. So we established, Will said some of this, we established the program to address a regional crisis for us, as well as the state's water supply crisis. We wanted to be able to make Modesto and Turlock and series water available for agricultural uses. It hasn't been mentioned, but 27% of the water that my district contracts to the cities with, I then redeliver to the CVPIA designated wildlife refuges in the Los Banos area. That's the last major refuge in the southern San Joaquin Valley that is part of the Pacific Flyway and hosts to hundreds of both bird species as well as land species on those refuges. So again, they receive about 27% of the supply that we develop from the program. This is considered a long-term drought-proof water supply for our growers, and it helps us reduce our reliance on the CVP and on groundwater pumping. And we all know that compliance with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and addressing some subsidence issues in the valley are very important to us as well. As Will mentioned, this also serves to somewhat offset wastewater service costs to the current ratepayers of the cities and should continue to do so as the supplies grow in the future. The water district and its farmers pay 100% of the costs of the pipeline that we built to deliver the water, all the facilities. We pay a modest premium to the cities for the water, and then we also share with them some reserves that we earned by financing 1/3 of the project with state and federal grant funding. So we have a very unique partnership. Next slide, please. This slide depicts some of the district statistics. We have a contract for 140,000 feet of water. We have implemented highly efficient irrigation across our district. We don't flood irrigate. Everything is drip and micro. We can survive on about 94,000 acre feet a year. Our average supply we would get from the CVP was at one point about half of that. And then in the recent 8 years, the average is about 38,000 acre feet, so less than a third of what we need. The North Valley Regional Recycled Water Program is delivering over 27,000 acre feet this year. And the pipeline and the facilities are sized to accommodate the city's growth up to 59,000 acre feet of water per year to the district and the refuges. At that point in time, that would help us meet about 2/3 of our need. Next slide, please. This just shows the deliveries we've accomplished since project inception. And when you total the two cities together, we're just shy of, so let's see, it's 78,000, 79,000 acre feet in the last 5 years. That's more water supply than I've been receiving from our federal water service contract. And so this has become the reliable base supply for each acre of land in our district to be able to count on to grow the food and fiber that it does. We grow over 30 different crops in our district. About 70% of the district is in fruit, trees, and nut crops. And so during the year, during different times of the year, we're in different cycles of our harvest and growing season. I'm very proud to say that my hometown, Patterson, is the apricot capital of the world, so they claim. We just had our apricot fiesta, and I wanted to show you, this is the proof of what the recycled water is doing this year. These were harvested this morning. I have organic and conventional apricots that are going to market this afternoon, and I went to the shed this morning to show you so you could try to put in your mind how important agriculture is to the state of California. There are 9 million acres of irrigated agriculture in California, which is a lot. We're just a small district, but our state grows 1/3 of the nation's vegetables, 1/3, and our state grows 2/3. 70+%, 66.7% of the nation's fruit. This is supremely important that we keep working on these types of projects. We have the technology, we have the capabilities, we're the smartest nation in the world and the most educated. So we're not here to contest the permit. I'm here to just educate you, because many of you weren't part of the original permit and the process we went through. And I want you to know how very important this project is and how much we appreciate the regional board's assistance and the staff with getting us going. Personally, I can say that I've been contacted multiple times over the last 4 years for advice on how do we implement this in our farming region? How did you partner with cities? How can we do this? And this is a way for us as a citizenry, as a state, to put some of these innovative technologies into solving our water situation, because we're at a point now where it's very, very dire, and we have to do these types of projects. The other statistic I'd just like to leave you with, we can go to the next slide. Most of you probably know that the California is, they call it the breadbasket of the world. That's because we are blessed with a Mediterranean climate that can grow most crops. And it doesn't go lost on me that only 1.3% of our citizens in the United States actually live or reside or work on farms. And we need to protect those, because once that is gone, you don't get that back. And so thank you very much for your audience today and for listening to the presentation. Thank you for helping the cities with their discharge permits, especially Jim and the staff. And thank you for being part of this model project. I am told that this is the largest urban to ag recycled water project in the state in terms of volume, and it may very well be the largest in the United States, and we should all be very proud of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hanson. Okay, we will now hear from any person interested who is not a party to this proceeding, but who wishes to comment? Mindy, do we have anyone wishing to comment at this time?
We do have a hand raised. Michael Garabedian.
Okay. Jean, will you allow Linda?
Ms. Smith, you can unmute.
Oh, hello. I didn't, this is Linda Smith. I did not have my hand raised to make a comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? Mindy?
If Mr. Garabedian is requesting, then he would be an interested person and would be given 3 minutes.
Okay.
You may unmute.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Mike Garabedian, making a personal comment, and I haven't been sworn in if that's necessary. What I'd like to
We'd
point
repeat
out
the
here is a
Yeah,
general question that I
Mr.
think is important.
Garabedian, you'll need to take the oath.
Okay.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
Thank you very much. Proceed.
Thank you. What I do like to go a little bit back in history, and that is in 2009 when the State Water Board adopted the recycled water program based on some earlier resolutions and so forth. Two attorneys who'd worked on the special stakeholder group, a self-appointed stakeholder group, had not looked at the industrial pretreatment program as a factor, which of course it certainly is. This is the program that regulates commercial and certain defined commercial and sewage discharges into industrial pretreatment, into wastewater programs, POTWs. So I think it's just important to point out that this board, of course, and water districts and agriculture, the growers, need to be aware that there should be pretreatment programs for the two areas of source treated water, and that there also should be audits or investigations done periodically so that you can see how well functioning the industrial pretreatment programs are. Long ago, it was an issue about keeping sludge clean, of course, from heavy metals and things like that. So it just would be a factor that I think, I imagine the staff has evaluated that as part of this project in the past when it went forward. But it's something important to do to keep an eye on any investigations and audits that are done on those programs for the industrial pretreatment issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
So, and again, this permit is, I suppose, complex in that it's one of 3 permits that governs the actions of the city of Turlock and the city of Modesto. City of Turlock and the city of Modesto both have pretreatment requirements incorporated into their other NPDES permits that essentially regulate that impose pretreatment requirements. So to the extent that Mr. Garabedian missed those components of this order that's in front of the board today, that's the explanation.
Thank you very much. The board will now hear a closing statement by City of Modesto Water Quality Control Facility and City of Turlock Regional Water Quality Control Facility.
Thank you, Acting Chair. So on behalf of the City of Turlock and the City of Modesto, I want to say thank you very much to the Regional Board and the Regional Board staff of collaborating with us on this complex permit. We have no objection to any of the recommendations and findings from the State Board, and we recommend that approval of this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. The board will now hear any closing remarks from staff.
I suppose it's just my recommendation to adopt the permit as proposed.
Okay.
With late revisions.
Okay, with the late revision, that's correct. Okay, then we will close the hearing and then have discussion amongst the board. Do you have any questions or concerns regarding this item? Raji, do you have any comments, questions regarding the agenda item 10?
You're muted, Raji.
No? Okay. All right.
For the record, we have Raji shaking her head.
Okay.
I think she was on mute.
I just want to make a comment that the fact that California is a drought state is very essential that we have a recycle system anywhere placed in our state. And in this case is in the city of Modesto and Turlock. So it's very great to see that. And thank you to the staff and everyone who's involved in this effort. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Sean. So if we have no further questions or comments, do we entertain a motion?
Sure. So I move.
Okay, I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, so it's been
And
moved.
just
and
for
s-
clarification, you move approval of the permit with late revision.
You want me
Yeah.
to say everything?
Yeah,
Okay.
you have to
Yes.
say everything. I was about to say it, but yeah, you need to
Okay.
say it.
All right. So I move motion for approve
agenda
of the agenda
number
and
10
number 10 and late
with late
with
revision.
late revision.
Okay, it's been moved and second to approve of agenda item number 10 with the late revisions. Please call the roll for us, Mindy.
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Member Yang,
Aye.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Vice Chair Kadara.
Yes. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Marshall, that's your last agenda item with us, huh? Our November? And we can get prepared for our
Jim
next.
did mention that he might come back for an appearance in August. I know a permit that he's been working on quite a bit that had to be removed from today's agenda might be in August. So I've got my fingers crossed that he can make a guest appearance
Okay.
in August.
All right. Okay, well, I think this should be our last agenda item coming up. Is that correct?
That is
Agenda
correct.
Item number 13, proposed amendments to the water quality control plan for the Tulare Lake Basin. This is the time and place for a hearing to consider adoption of a resolution approving proposed amendments to the water quality control plan for the Tulare Lake Basin to remove the municipal and domestic supply and agricultural supply beneficial uses from groundwater within a horizontally and vertically delineated area underlying a portion of the Southern Lost Hills oil fields. This proceeding will be conducted in accordance with the notice of public hearing and meeting procedures published in the meeting agenda. At this time, evidence should be introduced on whether the proposed action should be taken. All persons expected to testify, raise your right hand and take the following oath.
Sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
We're trying to get it back in. I'm actually going to click on this.
Okay, so let me do the oath and then we'll
Okay.
get it resolved. Okay, do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, say I do.
I do.
I do. Okay, thank you.
It'll be just a minute here while I get it set up because I have multiple animated slides, so it doesn't make as much sense to tell them to change the slides.
Yeah, Patrick, while they're doing that, we don't have a timer up here, so we don't know when people are going over. And if I remember,
We are working on that.
Oh,
We-
so that's the
that is a technology limitation. So essentially, we can only pipe in 2 channels,
Okay.
and it used to be we could pipe in Fresno and the timer, but now we gotta do Fresno and the Zoom link. So we're pushing that 2000 computer as hard as it'll go. If you start smelling smoke from back there, that's that's those old processors
Okay.
giving way. But we absolutely have it on the list of need to haves when we get this room renovated and upgraded later on this year.
Okay, yeah, because the past presenters, that was the longest 10 minutes that I was doing this, but nobody was looking at it.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
you guys are watching it though, right? Okay.
We were watching it.
Okay.
I think it went to 13
Okay.
because we also added the interested person. So
Okay.
but yeah, you're absolutely right. Putting a timer in there, that is that is something. I almost had, Adam hold a big clock over his head. But we'll save that for August.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Okay,
You
I think
ready?
we're ready to go.
All right.
Good afternoon, Acting Chair Kadara and board members. My name is Glenn Meeks. I'm a senior engineering geologist from the Sacramento office, and I have taken the oath. Today, I'm here to present for your consideration for adoption a basin plan amendment to de-designate municipal and domestic supply and agricultural supply beneficial use, MUN and AGR use, from groundwater within a horizontally and vertically delineated portion of the Southern Lost Hills oil field. During my presentation, I'm going to discuss the project background and project area, the evaluation approach used by staff to determine whether de-designation is reasonable and justifiable, the proposed alternatives, and then I will give the staff recommendation and answer any questions you may have at the end. But first, what is a beneficial use and what are the board's responsibilities related to beneficial uses? State policy for water quality control in California is directed toward achieving the highest water quality consistent with maximum benefit to the people of the state. Aquatic ecosystems and underground aquifers provide many different benefits to the people of the state. The beneficial uses define the resources, services, and qualities of these aquatic systems that are the ultimate goals of protecting and achieving high water quality. The Water Board is charged with protecting all these uses from pollution and nuisance that may occur as a result of waste discharges in the region. Beneficial uses of surface waters, groundwaters, marshes, and wetlands serve as a basis for establishing water quality objectives and discharge prohibitions to attain these goals. In this project, we are looking specifically at municipal and domestic supply beneficial use, or MUN use, basically drinking water use, and agricultural supply beneficial use, or AGR use, which is uses of water for farming, horticulture, or ranching, including but not limited to irrigation, stock watering, or support of vegetation for range grazing. So why are we here? Basically, some areas of naturally occurring high salinity groundwater don't support MUN and AGR beneficial use. So is it reasonable to protect these uses when they really aren't supported by the groundwater quality? In this specific case, the groundwater we are talking about is of very poor water quality. It is extremely salty and in many areas contains oil. No water supply wells are located within the project area, as the groundwater is not usable for drinking or agricultural purposes, but I'll go into that a little more detail later on in my presentation. The board identified the need to evaluate the appropriateness of designated beneficial uses as a priority in the board's 2014 triennial review, as some dischargers are facing increased costs to protect groundwater beneficial uses that are not really supported by the groundwater quality. Concurrently, CV Salt's initiative identified that there was a need to evaluate appropriate beneficial use designation for both MUN and AGR uses related to salinity to allow flexibility for managing limited water supplies and to encourage water reuse and recycling. A need for identification of salt management areas where you could move salt out of areas where it impacts sensitive uses to areas where it can be managed without significant environmental impacts was also identified. This proposed amendment is in response to a petition from Seneca Resources Corporation to de-designate or exempt the Mune AGR beneficial uses for the confined aquifers into which produced water is injected as a result of oil production operations. Seneca operates 4 production water injection wells within the proposed project area under an underground injection control program permit issued through the California Geologic Energy Management Division, or CalGEM. This amendment project falls in line with the original Tulare Lake Bed Basin Plan Amendment that was adopted by the board in 2017 and whose case study was utilized to help develop the process to do these types of beneficial use evaluations. Excuse me for a second here. Central Valley Water Board staff have implemented 3 significant public process efforts related to this project. First, a consultation opportunity notification letter was sent out to the tribes located within 100 miles of the project area on 6 March 2020 to provide an opportunity for the tribes to comment and/or participate in the project. Next, a CEQA scoping meeting was held online on 30 November 2021, followed by a 45-day public comment period held from 25 March to 9 May 2022. While board staff have carried out the 3 noted efforts, Seneca has also performed outreach throughout the life of the project, involving discussions with the one landowner, Wonderful Nut Orchards, where the proposed project is located, as well as surrounding oil field operators. As shown in this project location map, the project area is located in the Tulare Lake Basin within the boundaries of the Lost Hills oil field, located about 75 miles south of the city of Fresno. The Lost Hills oil field is located in Kern County, west of the intersection of Interstate 5 with Highway 46 and the town of Lost Hills. It's an oil production area that was discovered in 1910 and currently produces oil and gas from the Tulare, Echegoin, Reef Ridge, and Monterey formations. Oil production from the Tulare formation is currently limited to the northern portion of the oil field. Along with the produced oil, there is a large amount of high salinity water that is produced due to the predominantly marine depositional environment that the oil producing formations were deposited under. This produced water is currently disposed of through 4 injection wells located in the project area. The project area is located within the southern portion of the Lost Hills oil field in an area that is completely within the boundaries of the oil field. The project area covers 6 square miles, and the primary land use is oil production, and there's no towns or communities are included in this area. The evaluation study focuses on Mune and AGR beneficial use of groundwater, specifically groundwater within the lower Tulare and Echegon formations at depths that vary from an upper boundary of approximately 600 feet below ground surface, or BGS, at its shallowest, to a lower boundary of approximately 6,000 feet below ground surface at its deepest. This is the area that we refer to as the project zone, where the groundwater is of high salinity, greater than 10,000 milligrams per liter total dissolved solids, or TDS, and in many areas is between 30,000 and 40,000 milligrams per liter TDS. The groundwater under federal regulations is considered a non-drinking water source. For context, Seawater is typically 35,000 to 40,000 TDS. The secondary MCL ranges from about 500 to 1,000 milligrams per liter TDS for drinking purposes, and that's based on taste and odor threshold, with a short-term threshold level of 1,500 milligrams per liter TDS. So you can see the groundwater within the project zone is over an order of magnitude higher than the secondary MCL. The groundwater within the project zone is under confined conditions, with the mid-Tulare shale located above the upper boundary of the lower Tulare member, preventing upward migration of groundwater from within this zone, and multiple clay layers within the lower portion of the Echegon Formation, the lower boundary, preventing downward migration of groundwater. The project area is regulated under the Water Quality Control Plan for the Tulare Lake Basin. The Central Valley Water Board incorporated State Water Resources Control Board Resolution number 8863, the Sources of Drinking Water Policy, into the Tulare Lake Basin Plan in 1989. The policy designated all surface water bodies and groundwater in the basin as supporting the Mune beneficial use unless specifically identified in the basin plan as a water body not supporting the Mune use. The policy also identifies exceptions to the Mune beneficial use that can apply to certain water bodies, including an exception where the total dissolved solids, TDS, exceeds 3,000 milligrams per liter, provided that the water body is not expected to supply a public water system. However, these exceptions are not self-implementing. The Central Valley Water Board is required to protect the Mune beneficial use even in water bodies that meet the exception criteria unless a basin plan amendment is adopted that specifically de-designates the Mune use. Additionally, the Tulare Lake Basin Plan designates all groundwater as having agricultural supply beneficial use, or AGR, unless specifically exempted in the Basin Plan. The water quality objective for protection of AGR use in groundwater is a narrative objective that states, groundwater shall not contain chemical constituents that adversely affect beneficial uses. The narrative objective has typically been interpreted using Ayers and Westcott's 1985 Water Quality for Agriculture, which indicates that water with a TDS of approximately 490 milligrams per liter or less has unrestricted AGR use, allowing growing of the most salt-sensitive crops such as beans and strawberries. Another salinity threshold includes a TDS of approximately 900 to 1,000 milligrams per liter as the maximum for use to grow salt-sensitive crops such as almonds without significant crop loss. But high salinity waters with TDS values of 2,000 to about 5,000 milligrams per liter can only be used for the most salt-sensitive crops such as pistachios, cotton, or Jose tall wheatgrass. More recently, CV Salts performed 2 literature reviews, one looking at recent maximum salinity concentration thresholds for overall agricultural purposes, and one specifically looking at recommendations for livestock watering. In the latter review, a 5,000 milligram per liter TDS stock watering salinity threshold criteria by the National Research Council of the National Academy of Science was considered as a potential threshold value for AGR stock watering use. This salinity threshold is the same threshold used by the board to de-designate AGR beneficial use from groundwater at the Royal Mountain King Mine site in 2014. Now I'm going to talk about the evaluation approach. Seneca, with assistance from Kennedy Jenks Consultants, prepared a technical report the June 2018 revised technical report in support of petition for beneficial use dedesignation and basin plan amendment for the South Lost Hills oil field, Lower Tulare, and Echegon formations. This technical report was heavily relied upon in the development of the staff report for this project. Several parameters were used to define the preliminary horizontal and vertical dedesignation boundaries, including groundwater quality, the subsurface geology, including the confining clay layers, the oil field boundaries, and the presence or absence of water supply wells. Data collection efforts also included reviewing historic information, geologic reports, well logs, groundwater depth and flow direction data, groundwater quality data, and well use information in the project area. Seneca also contacted the project area landowner, Wonderful Nut Orchards, to determine current groundwater use, if any, and to discuss the proposed project. The company indicated that they use imported surface water to irrigate their orchards in the project area and haven't used groundwater in the past, were not using groundwater currently, and did not intend to use it in the future due to the extremely high salinity and poor quality. Other analyses included CEQA required analyses. Under CEQA, all proposed basin plan amendments require an environmental analysis specifically of potential environmental impacts, possible mitigation measures, and possible project alternatives. Based on staff evaluation of proposed alternatives, Mune dedesignation per exception criterion 1A of the sources of drinking water policy, the 3,000 milligrams per liter TDS, and the AGR dedesignation based on 5,000 milligrams per liter TDS threshold within the proposed vertical boundaries or project zone were selected as the preferred alternatives. Due to the extremely high salinity of the groundwater in the proposed project zone, both alternatives result in the same discrete boundaries for both Mune and AGR dedesignation. In addition, an environmental analysis was conducted for the preferred alternatives. The environmental analysis indicated that there would not be any potentially significant environmental or cumulative impacts for the preferred alternatives. This is primarily due to the fact that the proposed amendment would not have any significant effect on the existing physical environment. The proposed basin plan amendment simply recognizes that Mune and AGR use are not existing or attainable uses for the groundwater within the proposed dedesignation boundaries. The proposed basin plan amendment is also consistent with the applicable anti-degradation policies. The federal anti-degradation policy does not apply because it does not apply to groundwater. The regulatory changes that are being proposed are considered of maximum benefit to the people of the state because they would avoid forcing dischargers to expend exorbitant and unreasonable costs to protect uses that do not currently exist and are not expected to exist in the future. As indicated earlier, no drinking water supply or irrigation supply wells are present in the project area, so no user would be harmed by the proposed amendment. Furthermore, current dischargers will still be expected to implement best practicable treatment or control of their waste to limit degradation, and the state anti-degradation policy will continue to apply to new discharges or reissued WDRs. Lastly, an economic analysis was not required as there are three conditions under which economic considerations must be considered in the context of a basin plan amendment. One, the establishment or modification of water quality objectives. Two, the implementation of an agricultural water quality control program. And three, impacts of reasonably foreseeable means of compliance with a new requirement or obligation imposed under the basin plan. None of these conditions are present in the project, therefore the economic analysis requirement did not apply. Moreover, the preferred alternatives address the board's direction from the 2014 triennial review to evaluate beneficial use designations for appropriateness and to determine the appropriate level of protection needed. The preferred alternatives also support the needs identified by CV Salts. First, it helps with the identified need for evaluation of appropriate beneficial use designation for both MUN and AGR uses related to salinity. By ensuring appropriate beneficial use designation based on groundwater quality, it makes it more economical to encourage water management activities such as oil production water disposal, because the dischargers will not have to expend additional monies or implement costly practices to protect uses that are not really supported, and the disposal of oil production waters can be more economically managed. It also helps identify areas for potential future consideration as salt management areas. So the key takeaway from the project are that the groundwater within the proposed de-designation zone, while designated for MUN and AGR use, is of extremely poor quality and does not meet the water quality criteria necessary to be used for MUN or AGR use. The groundwater salinity far exceeds the threshold exception criteria to de-designate MUN use per criterion 1A of the Sources of Drinking Water Policy. And it also far exceeds the very conservative 5,000 milligram per liter TDS salinity concentration threshold used to define the narrative objective for AGR use within the project zone. The groundwater has not been used in the past, is not currently being used, and is not anticipated to be used in the future for neither MUN nor AGR uses. And therefore, the staff recommendation is to approve the staff report and its supporting analyses and to adopt the Basin Plan Amendment as proposed. I can now answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, are there any questions from the board? Are we asking for questions now? Do we need to go to any comments from any other persons?
It's at your pleasure. If you have any questions of staff, feel free to ask them now. We can also ask additional comments if there's any questions coming in from interested persons.
Okay. You have any questions, John? Raji, you have any questions for our staff?
No. I don't, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We would like to hear from any other persons who are not a party of this proceeding. Do we have anyone, Mindy? Anyone?
I have Austin Roloffs from Seneca Resources Company.
Let's hear from this. Jean, do you have them on?
Yes, sir. You may unmute. Mr. Roloff, you are welcome to unmute. Are you there?
Hello?
Hi, we hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. There was some communication about I know you pressed the button. I have no comment at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, then the board will hear the closing remarks. You can come back from staff.
I think we heard Glenn's staff
he did,
recommendation.
Okay.
We have everybody in concurrence with this Basin Plan Amendment. And so my recommendation is to, same as Glenn's, adopt the staff report and adopt the Basin Plan Amendment.
Any questions or comments from staff? I'm a board. Now, I'm in support of it. I think it's definitely the right thing to do at this time. We certainly want to protect our water, and I think the direction that we're headed with this is the right thing. So do we have a motion to come forth? Did you have any comments, John? Okay.
I'll move to adopt the proposed basin plan amendment and approval of the environmental document.
Thank you.
I second that.
It's been moved in second. Would you call the roll for us, please, ma'am?
Board Member Burr,
Yes.
Board Member Yang,
Yes.
Board Member Lee Reader,
Aye.
Vice Chair Kadara.
Yes. Okay, it's been, this item has been approved, and I don't think we have any other agenda items before us this
That
afternoon.
concludes all the matters.
Okay.
If you choose to adjourn, the next session is August 11th and 12th,
Okay, that's what I was gonna ask, August 11th and 12th.
and we will be meeting here in Rancho Cordova. It has
Okay.
yet to be determined how full that calendar will be. We probably will not be doing a tour in connection with that board meeting. Maybe a one-day board meeting. We'll see as time goes by, and then in October we plan on heading back to Reading for the first time in some time for a meeting out in Shasta County.
All right, well, I wanna, as always, thank the staff for the wonderful job that you do, and very much appreciated. And if we have no other comments or questions, then we will adjourn until our meeting on the 11th of August. Thank you very much, and everyone have a great weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Raji?